Oh my goodness. Thank you all for your patience. I know I kept changing the time that I was going to be coming online. That's on me. Welcome to Mixed Dizzy and Dank Catlord with the Dick Sticks Dicks, Alora and Jade of Awesome, and also Morningstar Council. Hello. Yes, sorry if I spooked you. Sorry if I surprise. Welcome also in the YouTube chat to Alexis, Mickey, Mersh, Faith, Liam, Cineful. Thank you all for hanging out. I have tendies. I really think that I might need a hair tie, and that maybe I should also just go ahead and grab some water. Like, maybe I started stream and I was still not quite prepared. Yes, thank you. It's quite cute. I like it a lot. This is the dress. We'll get to all these things in a second. I'm not quite prepared. Hello, Tabaxi. I definitely need water. I have tendies. Look, I have tendies and tots. I have, these are like buffalo style tendies. So I've got ranch for those. I'm going to get a little bit of water and grab a hair tie so that my hair doesn't get in my food. And then we'll talk about, maybe we'll talk about Twitter while we're doing our warm-up. We're going to warm up a little bit and just kind of like chill before we really get into things. So it's cool. We have like probably 4 hours, you know, before I go like, oh no, I can't do any more streaming. So that's plenty of time to do all the stuff we need to do, talk about all the things we need to talk about. Chronic Scene, hello. Thank you for the compliment. This is a dress that a viewer got for me off of my Amazon wish list, which there's a link to in the description because it's my birthday month. Hello also to Analia and Tima from the YouTube. So let me go and grab hair tie and water. And those are the only things I need right now. Okay, we're good. Yeah! I've heard it might be kind of a bad parasocial move to eat on stream, but you know what? I keep waiting until after dinner, and tonight it wasn't necessary as much. Like, I could have started earlier actually, because I was just cooking stuff in the air fryer. Yes, Team Marinia is correct. You all who are here on the website chat are most welcome in the website chat. It would also be cool of you to hit like on the YouTube video. Parasocial behaviors in general are avoided generally. If you want to avoid having an exploitative relationship, I don't know why it's parasocial. We've already talked about, I don't understand why, I've just heard that it is. But yeah, if you are, if you're here, you should hit like on the stream. That would be much appreciated. And if you're on YouTube, come over to the website chat. It might be a React stream a little bit, Mixed Dizzy. It depends on what people bring to the table. Mersh knows where it's at. Oh, I see, Mixed Dizzy. Okay, that's really funny. Thank you, Mersh. Thank you. Tater tots are delicious. I'm trying to decide if I want ketchup or not. Anyway. Oh my goodness. Faith in the YouTube chat. I love Taco Bell. Taco Bell is delicious. Like, I don't even get any sauce while I'm there. They're like, do you want any sauce? And I'm like, no. I just want the disgusting beef slop. That's what I'm after when I go eat at Taco Bell. So, for today, right now, obviously, we're just chilling, warming up a little bit. No, it's not. This is just something that I have. It's technically a little bra thing, I guess. It's kind of fallen. It's like not great quality. You can see the elastic is starting to get all weird, but fair enough, Alexis. Fair enough. So, kind of my broad ideas for today, for what we're going to do today is, well, we have this eyeshadow stuff that we definitely should do closer to the beginning of the stream. So, like, after I eat, I'll probably, like, wash my hands and then do that. There it is. I found it. I found it. I've never used this cream eyeshadow before, and you can see we're at 200 out of 400 for today's stream goal, which we will talk about this in a second. But for the reason we're starting at 200 is because last stream we ended right at 200 and attained the goal that was me putting this on stream, having never tried this product before. And I'm just decided to bump it up and continue it on from a couple days ago, whenever that was. So I just had that bite, like, waiting. I needed to take it. So it's somewhere up top, this is gonna happen. We also, I kind of want to, like, talk about what's going on Twitter a little bit, because it's, like, J.K. Rowling tweeting about Vosh is a little bit crazy. It's a little bit wild. And Doe has been tweeting some interesting things. I actually responded a little bit. So I have some thoughts about the stuff that Doe was tweeting about, too. I figured we could talk about a little Twitter drama, you know? Yeah. Yes. Well, yeah, she like tweeted with a picture of a couple of his tweets, because he tweeted about her. He didn't at her, but he tweeted about her. And I guess she heard about it, or she name searched or whatever, and she was like, "You can't silence me. My ex-husband tried to silence me." Like, very weird stuff in general. I'm trying to scooch over. It's true. It's true. Do we want to start there? Maybe we'll start there. I want to eat this food. Twitter. Okay. Here it is. Let's switch. I need to move this over here. Oh, so I guess while we're still relatively, just real quick before we look at this Twitter stuff, we're still raising money to help Demon Mama since she's been out of commission. So so far we've got $200-ish dollars, obviously minus some PayPal fees or whatever. So I'm going to be able to send her about $100 to help her buy groceries. If we get to $400, in addition to being able to just send her like $200 so that she can get groceries for the critters, I will also show you what happens when I try to sing and play the guitar at the same time. which is pretty catastrophic. So in the meantime, let us switch over here. J.K. Rowling says, oh, and here I guess we'll start with Vash's actual tweet first. He says, all J.K. Rowling had to do was shut the fuck up, and she could have been almost uncritically beloved for like a century. Women be quieter and start apologizing challenge. And then she responded, what you and your ilk fail to appreciate is how tediously familiar I find your tactics. I had a violent ex-husband who used to tell me life would be great if only I'd comply, but you're making the same mistake he did. Women like me can't be bullied out of resistance. So that is how that went down. And then he responded again. Well, I guess, like, not again, because she didn't tag him either. She just posted the screenshot. And then, I don't know if he follows her, if it just showed up. Anyway, he said, listen, Joanne, you don't get to play the victim card when you're the advocate for taking away women's rights here. Trans women are raped and killed in men's facilities, and you want to keep them there because of your trauma. Quit making your feelings other people's oppression. And then everybody in the comments is like, pedo-jacketing Vash as per usual. So anyway, that's kind of what happened there. And I never expected, like, just what a weird career to have, that J.K. Rowling is like, hello, let me talk about you. Mersh, that's pretty savage. That is pretty funny, Analia. So, what a strange world we live in is pretty much the main commentary I have about that. But Dizzy, you must have just not been on Twitter today. Or I guess this is pretty recent. I mean, yeah, it was like 3 hours ago, this evening. Dizzy was not on Twitter today. Okay. Sometimes it's a good call. Sometimes you just gotta not be on Twitter. I don't ever do that, which is arguably not great for me. I think I do need ketchup. I hope that Puppy's visit was only routine. That's how you know you've made it, Gina. Okay, I'm gonna just grab some ketchup out of the fridge. Hold on. I have ketchup. Chair stream. Yes. Soon, there will be no chair stream. Well, I mean, I guess I don't need to put it on if I'm only going to be gone for like 5 seconds, but we are going to soon have some art that's going to go up before the stream starts and when I need to step away and use the restroom or whatever. And then later on, we will get some art. Not art. Yeah, so we need more art for the channel. For the website and stuff. We need more art. Assets, basically. And we also need some music. Delicious. So I'm going to commission Gayfesh to make some music. Yes. Probably Gayfesh, just because I know him. Like, seems like the logical thing to do. That's good to hear, Mixed Dizzy, about the dog. I'm glad that your dog's doing good. Yeah, I don't have, I don't know, like, that I ever had compassion for J.K. Rowling. I think she just, I think the first, like, tweet of someone else's that she liked that indicated her beliefs was, I think it was a tweet calling trans women like foxes in the chicken coop or some shit like that. And I was like, oh, you're the fucking worst, aren't you? And it was pretty immediate. And that was before it was common knowledge. That was like a year before it was super common knowledge. All the cool streamers commissioned Gayfesh. Yes, it's true. Hello to the people in the YouTube chat. You're more than welcome to come over to the website chat. Everybody should like the stream if you haven't already, because once we get out of this like preliminary Lux need to finish eating part of the stream, then we can actually do stuff. We're kind of just doing a little Twitter reaction right now. But the other day when we were streaming, people were talking about maybe like going over Ash Hardell's video. Do we want to look at Ash Hardell's video today? We don't have to. We can just do... We could react to other stuff or do chat discussion or whatever, but I do want to raise some money today and do some cool stuff. I don't know that I have like a lot that I'm gonna say about Ash Hardell's video, but you know, I was referenced in it, and if for no other reason, I guess that's enough reason to look at it. I would hope that everybody has already seen it, and if you haven't already seen it, that you do take the time to watch it in an uninterrupted fashion so that you can get the emotional impact. Because it's, you know, at the beginning of it, Ash says, like, this is a short film, so you're meant to watch it like it's a short film and not like it's just a vlog or whatever. That's good to know, Dizzy. That's good to know. So Dizzy went to the vet today. What did everybody else do today? I feel like my hair has been so flat lately. I don't know what to do about it. I even bought volumizing shampoo. It's just very flat. Worked, bullied landlords. That sounds fun. Faith on the website. Thank you for hanging out over here. Slept until midnight and since made coffee. Coffee's always good. Sometimes I feel a little saucy nighttime coffee. Oh, actually, you've initiated it. I'm gonna want a saucy nighttime coffee. It's not like I ever fucking sleep well anyway. Nice, nice. I love coffee in general, but I really shouldn't, like, have it at night. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that, Mersh. That sounds like a lot of work. And I'm sorry for your loss. That is also not fun. COVID is still going strong, everybody. Keep wearing masks out in public, you know? Don't trust anybody. Well, Mersh, I'm an atheist, so all I can say is that is awful, and I'm really sorry. Hey, it's BN in the YouTube chat with the cool color. It's pretty cool stuff. YouTube members get to have a cool color in the YouTube chat. And site subscribers get to have a cool colored name in the site chat, which you're more than welcome to check out if you want a non-white name in the chat. I'm gonna change the colors of the names, I think, because right now they're like different shades of orange and yellow and stuff. I think I'm going to change it up. This is what my hair does right after a shower. If I, like, braid it or something, it'll come out with a wave. But I don't want to tease my hair. My hair is, like, pretty prone to static, so that doesn't sound like something that would be fun. Great replacement in the chat. No more mayo names. Thank you, Mersh. I do like my hair. So, it's just being flat, right? Like, I've been buying volumizing shampoos, and it's just, like, flatter. But I think it might be because it's, like, more moist, so it's heavier. Instead of being, like, it would be really poofy after I would shower before. And I think that's, yeah, maybe it's, like, I'm complaining about actually having healthier hair now. And I've been doing a lot of seek and destroy. I'm like, oh, there's another fucking split end. Or a broken end, or whatever. And, like, I run through and start cutting them all off. So my hair's feeling better now. It's pretty good stuff. I try to take good care of my hair. So, we were going to look at what Doe said. And the fact that everybody's, like, losing their mind about it, right? Well, hey, Analia, that sounds fun. It's nice to go out in the rain sometimes. Okay, where are we at with Doe? Okay, yes. Because I did like and retweet some of this already. Oh, and I guess we could talk about Buck Angel a little bit, too. Well, it's not really... I don't know that I have a whole lot to add about it. Like, Blair White and Buck Angel replying supportively to J.K. Rowling. Oh, yeah. Pick me, pick me, pick me. How fucking original. Anyway. Let us go back over here. Oh, I moved the chat way the fuck over here. You know what? We're just going to leave it for now. Well, god damn it. Okay. I fixed it. Okay. Okay, and then I want my chat back. Give me my chat back. Yeah, Gina. Buck Angel is, you know, a trans male porn star who's an old man and calls himself Tranpa. Am I a horse? So, Doe says, I'm going to switch my hand. Hello, Stacy. How are you doing? Always fun to have family members stop by. So Doe says, in response to Idaho House Bill 675 passing by a vote of 55 to 13, making gender-affirming care to trans teenagers a felony with a life sentence attached to it. And it also somehow makes leaving the state with your trans teen to move elsewhere and provide them with health care a felony also, for some fucking reason. Like, somehow, we don't understand how that's legal. And Doe says, cis people can organize entire federated states to track, hunt down, kidnap, and murder queer people, and nobody bats an eye. Yet if I say that all 55 of those politicians should be made to be too afraid to ever do anything like this again, I'm being too radical. Politicians invent the rhetorical cisgender heterosexual child that, quote, must be protected, but who protects the queer child? How many queer children's deaths does it take? And then later started tweeting here, this. So someone taking a screenshot of that. Yeah, laws have jurisdictions. Yeah. Like states' jurisdiction stops. BN from the YouTube chat says, what happened to the frog when it got a flat tire? It got towed. Good stuff. So here Doe is responding to someone just like, this person doesn't have a real response. They just say, holy shit, in response to what Doe said. Doe says, here, if you're afraid of minorities going to extreme lengths to protect themselves against abuses you put them through, just don't abuse them. Stop targeting them. It's that simple. And this other person says, you are under no obligation to pretend that mutants deserve your attention and respect. And Doe quote tweeted that and says, and us mutants are under no obligation to live on your terms. Give us attention or don't. We're not going anywhere. Until queer people are no longer targeted, harassed, abused, and murdered on a daily basis across the world, every bigot should live every waking moment in fear. So I appreciate that. I don't think there were any more tweets about that subject. If there were, please let me know. But of course, Doe, like, people, I don't understand. We've already talked about this on stream before. I don't understand the Doe hate. I don't really get how people can hate on Doe the way they do. It's pretty absurd. It's a little intense. I was just thinking, I was like, the most recent video that I uploaded on my YouTube channel, because I've been streaming and I haven't had any real, like, segments to clip from the streams lately. I was like, what are we going to do when these people when the cops in Texas come to people's houses? Like, are we going to let them kidnap our kids and take them away from us, you know? And I ended up tweeting today a little, like, more of something to that effect. These are questions that we unfortunately are being faced with the need to answer now. I'm glad that I don't have a trans kid and I don't have to worry about them like that. Can you fucking stop? You huge piece of shit. You enormous piece of shit. I don't have two hands to fucking deal with this shit right now. Holy fucking Christ. I hate this thing. I'm supposed to be getting a new microphone. Supposedly someone is supposed to be sending me one. Okay, holy shit. Oh, I'm itchy too. God, Doe really is just so based. Doe hate and Merrick hate, also completely incomprehensible. I just want to warn you all, like, members of my horde, you, my hordies. I need to do better at saying that more often. Hordies, you should know that, I'm not really planning to engage with it very much, but the internet, people on Twitter might be about to try dragging your dear sweet Lux into fucking drama. So I feel like I'm just gonna, like I said, try to let it blow over, but we'll see. I wish this thing would work the way it's supposed to. Yes, Faith. Anyone who's in my chat is a hordie. Because I'm the dragon. And you're my horde. I'm really like, it's difficult to talk and get through food at the same time. Should we put on like a short little video so that I can finish scarfing this food down? Alexis, do you mean the feeling that drama is about to drop on you. Listen, Dank Cat Lord. The black background was easy for me to make. Because it's just a gradient. And also there are going to be times where I want to be able to distinguish what's going on between chat, you know? What's going on behind chat. Alora, the intent is for it to be the second spelling, but truthfully, either one is going to apply, and it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's really cool, Mixed Dizzy. I've never actually, like, dropped in on Merrick's stream, but I saw her come on Touch Talk with Demon Mama one time, and she does seem, like, super nice, you know? What kind of drama? Oh, I know exactly what kind of drama. Someone that I've been friends with for a long time. I like, not really like friends. The friendship happened a little bit later. I followed someone on Twitter at the time who was accused of being, like, it was a very unspecific accusation. Some kind of sexually inappropriate action when both parties were drunk, supposedly, right? Two people who were dating, right? So, my friend, now we're friends, but at the time, not as much, was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, I don't even remember this, but I feel so bad, and because this was under the influence of alcohol, and, like, whatever, like, I'm gonna start AA, and then I just didn't unfollow her, and watched as she actually went to AA, which sounds like something that would fucking suck, and, like, committed to years of therapy, and over time became someone I consider a friend. And the fact that I still talk to Cherry and have her on stream and things like that, and I go on her stream, people are getting in my grill about it. So I'm just... But the person who's getting in my grill about it is a person who I do not respect in any capacity and has absolutely no legitimacy. So for that reason, I don't really feel the need to, like, make any announcements about it or anything like that. Plus, I feel like I made myself pretty clear in my video responding to Riley Grace Rochong when I responded to her segment about Cherry. So if someone is confrontationally like, why did you platform a serial abuser? I'm going to be like, well, you clearly don't know anything about me, because if you did, you would know that I already explained why I'm still affiliated with this person, you know? No, it's this person called Gammy. Gammy has no credibility. No credibility whatsoever. So if someone else were concerned legitimately about it, if basically any other person on the fucking planet had said, like, hey, I'm concerned about your affiliation with Cherry, I would be like, I was more than satisfied that even if she had done something harmful, which I don't believe that there was enough of a substantial claim to be able to say whether something really happened. If both people were under the influence of drugs, like, it's hard to say, whatever. Like, if all those things were true anyway, she reacted the way that I think a person should react, and I don't understand why I would be forced to, like, cut her off as though that's going to help the situation, you know? So I just don't play games with people anymore. Yeah, Gammy is a drama lover. Gammy is like, I mean, you know, there are self-hating trans women in the world. She just happens to be one of them. True, Gina. True. But yeah, Gammy decided to quote tweet me. It's probably not going to go very far, though, because, like I said, I'm not going to feed it. I'm not feeding it. I think between the three of them, Gammy is probably the worst. Dizzy. I'm almost done eating. I'm so close. It's just hard to talk and eat at the same time. You've got one organ for both of those functions. And I don't want to be disgusting. So, it's very tough. It's hard. It's so hard to be me. Oh my gosh. So sad. But yeah, no, I think Gammy is the worst. Yeah, I mean, she is entirely undeserving of respect, so I mean, she's hardly deserving of consideration, much less respect, so I really don't give her either one. Yeah. No credibility, in my opinion, whatsoever. I like how I went and got a hair tie and then I never used it. I'm not trying to make it an ASMR experience, you know? We don't need ASMR eating Lux. Yeah, Dizzy. It's wild. Yeah, Norman in YouTube chat. The who's who of respectability politics. Gammy and RGR. Did we talk about how Riley actually blocked me on Twitter, too? I'm not sure if that was more recently than the most recent stream. But that did happen. Okay, cool. Yep. I have just like a really bad sense of time. Oh, no, definitely not. Oh my gosh. Gammy seems to get a surprising amount of support from people who know what she says is shitty when coming from other people, but ignore it when it comes from her. It does seem pretty crazy. I just don't, like... I don't understand why you would think that people would take you seriously after, like, doing the cartoonish threats towards Doe. And just, oh my god, everything about that is wild to me. Like, the fact that anyone takes... I think Gammy, like, earnestly made the argument during the King Get Bride shit that, like, I think she was earnestly like, what if someone is cross-dressing for the sake of their fetish in public? Do you think they should do that in front of children? I'm like, you are truly lacking self-awareness if you are making that argument in earnest. Yeah, there might have been a list. Or she might have just been like, oh, this is clearly someone's alt account, but I don't know whose, so I'm going to block it. I don't know. At one point, Gammy had emojis in her display name on Twitter that was the deer emoji, and then next to it was the gun emoji, and it was pointed at the deer. So, pretty thinly veiled, if you can call it veiled at all. Yeah, no, I'm for sure still blocked. To be fair, as someone pointed out today on Twitter, I do talk about Riley a lot, but I haven't bothered talking to her about any of my disagreements. I was told that I was being passive-aggressive. Apparently like, the entirety of stream culture is built on being passive-aggressive then. So, truly, I have been, like, I talk about her a lot. Because she fascinates me a little bit. Oh, dizzy. That's rough. I'm trying to understand what you just said, Timeranium, and I don't. I'm trying to decide if I want that nighttime coffee or not. Ooh, do I want a nighttime coffee? Well, I was hoping to get to this $400 goal tonight, but we've been going for almost an hour and haven't had any donos or subs or anything. So I might have to stay up rather late. Or I'll just have to keep doing this later this week. Oh, I know I'll sleep worse, Alexis. I'm fully aware. That would also be the case if I drank any alcohol. Oh, speaking of that, I was kind of thinking about having a peppermint adult hot cocoa. Because I have the ability to do that. I don't want herbal tea. I want something that tastes good. I love coffee. I mean, I don't just love coffee. I need there to be, like, cream in it and maybe a little sweetener. Like, just coffee black by itself is not great, but maybe you should have coffee. Yes. I don't have any decaf. I do sometimes just have a cheeky little nighttime coffee. I do need to remind people to donate and like the stream and subscribe. Yes. We're trying to get to $400 total for the week so that I can help Demon Mama, who had COVID, and she's trying to move, and then she had appendicitis this weekend, and she seems like she's doing okay enough to tweet, but that she's not working. She's missing her income, and we're trying to help. So I'm just, like, splitting, until we get to this goal, or if we surpass it a little bit in whatever stream we hit it, I'll give her, like, half of the money for this week, you know? And that's Streamlabs donations and site subs. So I guess we should start doing something more exciting. if we're going to be requesting money. So I am going to, now that I'm done eating, wash my hands, and we'll do this eyeshadow stuff. Yeah, you think we'll do this eyeshadow stuff and then I'll be cute? Maybe. I don't know. I also brought my eyeliner. I've had this eyeliner for like probably 10 years, so I probably shouldn't be using it anymore, but I didn't bring it to use the eyeliner. I guess it probably would look better if I did a little eyeliner and not if I just put this around the top of my eyeball. But I have this at least so that I can like smooth it out up top, you know? Yo, old woman Josiah, we're hanging out. I was about to take a very short respite because I just got done eating on stream, bad form. So I'm going to wash my little hands, and then I'm going to put on this makeup like I said I was going to earlier this week. Maybe that's why no one has donated tonight, because I haven't followed through on my last stream goal. So I'm going to hit the last stream goal. Oh, no, don't worry about it, Mixed Dizzy. The thing that I've had to learn about it mostly is that my eyes... Okay, so let me get way personal. Okay. My eyes are lidded, they're hooded, I should say. So, like, the crease of my eyelid, my entire eyelid goes away when my eyes open. Like, you can't see my eyelid. So eyeshadow is typically supposed to stop there, and then that's like where your first color would stop, and then your second color would go up here, but you just don't see mine at all. So I have to bring it up further quite a lot, way closer to my brow line, and my eyes like droop down. The outer corner is like further down, or at least it has the appearance. So like a cat eye doesn't work at all. It's very different. Hooded eyelids makes it all hard to apply to the face, because makeup is all about it's using shapes to create shapes, right? And like using colors to create other color effects. Like if I wanted to, like I have the ever so slightly a little blue shadow on my lip if I haven't shaved. I could use orange, and under my eyes, actually. I could use orange here, color correction, like underneath other layers of makeup. I never learned either, Mersh. Like, my mom was a big-time tomboy kind of person, so I never learned how to put on makeup, even though I was raised as a girl. But that's the great thing about YouTube, is that you can just look up things and learn shit. Otherwise, I would be useless. It won't be parasocial if you shout, "We are not friends," while eating. True. Hey, you don't have to know how to put on cosmetics in order to sell cosmetics, right? Okay. Soon, there's gonna be some kind of bathroom song, maybe. But definitely there will be art for you to observe while I am gone. To go wash my hands and stuff. Well, rude that she didn't teach you then, Mersh. Rude. Okay. Oh, goodness, Analia. What is the most embarrassing how-to video you have seen and liked in YouTube? I don't know. I don't really watch very many how-to videos. I might have to think about it. Good Faith. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that you drank the coffee and you feel more alive. Should I have peppermint coffee? Should I have peppermint adult coffee? Because it's peppermint schnapps that is going to be adulting the coffee. Adulting the coffee. Just do it. Do it. Pale blue eyeshadow with dark red lipstick. Do it. It's oh. Had a funny interaction with Gayfesh on Twitter the other day. Like, getting blocked from the Discord, from Riley Grace Rochong's Discord. I posted, like, this makes me want to unleash all of my previously restrained shit posting. And Gayfesh responded with that gif, like, do it. And I laughed a lot. Oh, I laughed a lot. It's nice having friends who will do a little shit post with you. It's cute. Okay, so yes, very briefly, just gonna step away real quick, wash my hands, and prepare myself. My face is so clean, so fresh and clean, and I didn't even put lotion on, so we'll see how well this works. BRB. Nothing's happening on my phone, is it? Real quick, nothing happening on my phone? My telephone. Oh, Amazon knows that I want to read To Sleep in a Sea of Stars. Oh my god, I'm a bad fan. I haven't listened to that book. Oh no. Hello. By the way, this dress. It's a dress. Well, Dizzy, I hope that I can learn your shitposting language someday. It our purple dress. Purple, 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 purple. Ba-ba-ba-bum. So, I'm about to make the coffee because I didn't do that while I was up. Obviously, I just went to wash my hands. But I was thinking about. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna start this coffee going, and then I'm gonna put on this makeup and see how that goes. Okay, let's do it. I have a compost bin, but I don't always use it because I'm not as responsible as I could be. Okay, how badly do you think I should hinder myself with putting this makeup on? Like, am I allowed to use a mirror? Or do I have to use, like, the Streamlabs window? Or do I have to use the camera window, which is very tiny? You make the rules. I need to be better at drumming up excitement. Because I feel like my energy has been so low lately. That's pretty cool merch. Like, it could be, could have been worse. Definitely could have been worse. So I have a mirror. It's like, it's down here. Could elevate it a little bit. Here, I'll put it on this tissue box. Bring it up a little bit. Here we go. I recommend the making of odd noises for the fomenting of excitement's true. I should stream earlier in the day more often, too, because that helps, I think, with the energy levels. Oh my gosh. Gotta figure out just how to do things in such a manner that I end up expanding the number of people who are here instead of slimming it down. You know? Oh my gosh, where am I? Yeah, definitely, Alexis. I like to do my Sunday streams a little earlier in the afternoon because I know I have a lot of fans in the UK and like in fucking Australia and stuff, so one day a week at least I like to do an earlier stream if I can. Ended up being busy the last couple Sundays with moving stuff, but okay. Oh my god, my whatever this is, like eczema. I have weird dry skin stuff on my face, and it's really just not doing super awesome right now. That's fine. Ooh, okay. It's 5 a.m. Oh my gosh, that is... You've got to be somewhere in the range of, like, you know, like Japan. If it's is it 5 a.m. tomorrow? No, it couldn't be 5 a.m. yesterday. It couldn't be that far back, I don't think. Anyway, this is the stuff. I have it open now. This is I have different length fingernails now because I was playing my guitar. And I have short ones over here for my left hand and longish ones over here for my plucking. And this is my right hand. So this is going to be the primary makeup fingers. And that's going to be exciting stuff. Let's see how this goes. It's going to be fun. Oh, okay. It's interesting texture. Okay. It's not too bad. Not too bad. Let's do a little dabberoo. Little dabberoo. Okay. There's gonna be some good... I swear to God, if one of you doesn't pull an emoji out of this from me making funny faces, no pressure. But I think it would be funny. Okay. Okay. It's going on pretty dark. Goes on pretty dark. I don't really need this in. Can we get rid of that? Thank you. Okay, we gotta get some more on this outer edge here. Definitely. Okay. We're making progress. It's gonna be a smoky. That's what we're going for. Kind of evening things out some. Okay. It's pretty easy when you can just use your fingers, right? Maybe. We'll see how it goes moving forward. We've established that nobody here has tips, right? Nobody here knows what they're doing either with makeup. Because you'll at least be able to give me feedback on whether it looks right? Like, or whether it looks, like, acceptable on my weird face. No? Okay, we gotta bring this line up. Okay, gotta get it into this edge here. I might just look like a raccoon. That does happen sometimes when you're doing goth makeup. You just look like a raccoon. How are we looking? Looking like a raccoon? That's actually not too bad. It's a little understated. Maybe we can bring the line up a little bit. If it looks bad, just smudge it up so it looks more rock and roll. True. A cute little raccoon. True. Do you want to bring this up just a little bit more, I think. Okay, look at this. It's not horrible so far. Dracoon. Hello, Gayfesh. Hello. Yes, you came in at the right time. Fulfilling my word about streams past. Thank you, Morningstar System. I appreciate that. I've never had the pleasure of putting on makeup with my fingers, but it's pretty easy. It's pretty good stuff. I like it. I gotta say, it's not bad. Not a bad time at all. Can we just kind of smooth this out a little bit? Cool. Eyeliner is what I used to do when I was a teenager, you know, just a little eyeliner. And I haven't really expanded much further than that, so I think it's definitely a good place to start if you haven't done much makeup before, which I guess I'm kind of just assuming that you haven't, so that might be rude of me. Sorry. But yeah, as I was telling chat earlier, Gayfesh, it's kind of hard for me to do, like, I find it kind of difficult to do eyeliner because of the, like, my eyelids are hooded, which means that just, like, if I'm wearing eyeliner by itself, for example, the eyeliner is completely hidden when my eyes are open, so it just looks like I'm wearing bottom eyeliner and nothing else. And also my eyes just kind of like... Yeah, okay, fair enough. You know, like high school level theater makeup. I can relate. I also did theater as a kid. I don't know if anybody would be surprised by that, but it's a true fact about my upbringing. Bottom eyeliner, true, Josiah. Okay, this one's a little easier because my nails are shorter on this side. So that's going pretty well so far, for being honest. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. I still might end up putting on eyeliner to fill in closest to my eyelashes. Does anybody else compulsively pull out their eyelashes? Yeah, it kind of depends on, I guess, the shape of your brow, like how you should shape your eyeshadow as well. And eyebrows too. Yes, it's both, Alexis. Yeah, you might notice, like, I don't know how obvious it is, but like this part of my eyebrow right here is thin. Oh, I used to bite my nails. I don't bite my nails anymore. I bite sometimes the hard, like, corner right here, but I'm mostly over that. I chew constantly on the inside of my mouth and my lip, which I'm really trying to work on because it makes my lips look shitty all the time. And I pull my eyelashes and my eyebrows out because it feels like, because I get like a weird feeling, like almost like an itch, and I'm like, fuck, I need to like pull my eyelashes out in order to relieve this like sense that like, oh, an eyelash is about to fall in my eye or something. I don't know, it's really weird. I'm sure it's stimming behavior too. Yeah, I wish that I could replace it with another stim. I think that's the only thing you can do, is replace one with another. Unfortunately. This one's going on way darker than the other one. I think I grind my teeth in my sleep too. I'm pretty sure I do. I've also had this fun thing lately where my hands fall asleep. Like my hands go numb while I'm asleep. I think I have carpal tunnel, or the beginnings of it, so that's fun. Arg. Blur it out. Blur it out. Blur it out. Okay, this one went on a lot darker. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, it's supposedly from, like, having, yeah, you should avoid doing this with your wrist. If you have that issue, you should do stretches like this, gently. Do stretches like this, and then maybe, like, put them forward, and then back. Do stuff like that. It's supposed to help. Okay. That's not bad. It's not terrible. Oh, no, no. Oh, no. That kind of fucked it up a little bit. Oh, no, that's better. You gay fish, you know, fair enough. Oh, I used to chew on paper. I used to like pull off the you know, when your spiral notebook had like pages that could be ripped out and then there was that little bit of paper left on the inside, I would wad that up and then chew on it. And teachers would be like, "Get rid of your gum." And I was like, "It's not gum." And they were like, "We'll spit it out anyway." And I was like, "Okay, well, whatever. Guess I can't really argue with that, huh?" Okay. I think I'm just not going to get where I want to get with just my fingers. Okay, yes, this is helping a little bit. Maybe. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm having fun, and that's what matters. Oh my god, it looks so bad. I flew too close to the sun with this. It looks okay from afar on that eye? I don't know. It's like so smudgy, but not in a good way. Blend. We blend. Do we need to blend? Okay, I feel like that's a like tiny bit better. Maybe like a tiny bit better. What's up, Dream? How's it going? Okay, I think I'm at least gonna leave that eye alone now. And then this one I need to build up a little bit to match. Let's see what we can do, huh? Definitely needs to be darker, at the very minimum. Start that way. I guess this was supposed to be like embarrassing. I guess I was supposed to not be good at this in order for it to be worth the stream goal. But let me tell you what I'm really not going to be good at, and that is playing my guitar while I'm singing at the same time, which is what we're going to do when we reach 400 this week. So be on the lookout for that goofy bullshit. Because I promise it's going to be a wild ride. Yeah, I cannot do both at the same time, really. I would like to try to get to a point where I can, but it's going to take a little while, and I am going to need to practice. So I figured I would, you know, we'll have a little bit of a progress bar. We'll be able to show a little bit of progress between now and when I actually am able to do it correctly, you know? Okay. I feel like that's not super even. What is uneven about it? Oh, I see. I smudged it out over on the left. That's what happened. This sucks. What song do I plan to sing? Probably, the one thing that I'm good at playing at on guitar. This is so annoying. It is this one, isn't it? It's this right here, this spot right here. Fill it in. Just make it look shitty. Just make it look shitty on purpose. Oh my goodness. Oh, Jade of Awesome donated $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Helping me get some groceries. Should I not be moving my eyelid a lot? I don't know what difference it makes. I don't have, like, the proper tools for this, you know? That would help. But I do not. Yes. Okay. What if I left it where it is? No matter how bad it looks. What if I just decided to stop fucking with it now? That seems like fun. Horns would make this a Luke. Yeah, that's true. I do want to get some horns. I have some 3D models of horns that I could print as well. I just got to get my printer back in working order. Sorry. Oh, if I wet my finger? That's true. Maybe it would work better as a little blender. Maybe? Not really. But it's kind of supposed to look bad, I guess. I just think more black around the eyes, the better. True. Yeah. I think the goal of this was for it to kind of look like shit. The expectation was kind of for it to look like shit, and it kind of does. I'm going to put some eyeliner on the bottom. Some bottom eyeliner. Pepe. Hello, Patricia, in the YouTube chat. Welcome, welcome. Okay. I guess I do need this back, don't I? We're just going to do a quick little bullshit eyeliner. Okay? Now, eyeliner I can do. Not well, but I can at least draw a fucking line. Cool. I can do it. What did the Battison do? Was it just all gray? All across the eyes? Oh gosh, I'm not gonna be able to do that left-handed right now. Fuck me. It is hard to do this and talk at the same time, though. Oh my god, it itches so bad. Oh my god, why does it itch so bad? Something right in the middle, like, of my eyeball. Ah. Oh, maybe there was goop there or something. Okay. Like very black rectangles on the eye. That doesn't sound fun. Okay, now we get to look like Helena Bonham Carter. Does that sound fun, everybody? Oh my gosh. Okay. Now we're serving Helena Bonham Carter. Excellent. Okay, now I have followed through. Good night, Faith. I have followed through on previous stream goal. So if it happens, well, if it happens right at the end of the stream tonight, I will take the time and play my guitar. If we don't make it until later in the week, that's fine. We'll probably stream again. If not tomorrow, then probably Friday. What date is tomorrow? Tomorrow, 10th. Okay. Tomorrow might be the last Thursday in a while that I feel like I'm in the mood to stream, so we'll see. Maybe. So I guess at this point, when did we start? Has it been like... Yeah, so it's been like an hour and a half. Let's go ahead and do... No worries, Alexis. I appreciate you hanging out here. You have an orange name. Did this increase? No, it did not, because it's a text thing, and I have to change it manually. There we go. That's much easier than the thing that I was doing before in order to make that work. So, now we're going to go ahead and watch Ash Hardell's video. I don't need to be on here. Get out of my face. Go away. We will get there eventually. My own stream has showed up as a recommended thing. How many viewers do we have? How many likes do we have? Can we get some more likes? Let's pump up those numbers, whatever they are. Thank you, Gayfish. Thank you for liking. I still need to get in touch with White Nervosa about the bot not working, because I'm sure that it's still not working any more than it was working before. No, Alexis, not necessary. There's only, like, this is an embed from YouTube. So, you go to YouTube page, you like the stream. Yeah, if she's awake, that would be cool. The last time I bothered her was about the ban problem, but then I learned from you that I just need to use IP ban. I just haven't gone back and told her that, oh, by the way, I know that I can IP ban now. And I kind of figured, like, the bot commands shit was pretty low on the tier list, so. As far as important White Nervosa, please fix me problems, you know? Okay. So. Okay. I'm just going to pop this out. Pop this over. Jade of Awesome, yes, I am working on a Discord. I just added someone to the Discord today who's going to be able to help me set some stuff up. I just need to get on top of those communications. I just finished moving the last of my stuff into this apartment this past weekend, and that has pushed the number of objects in this space past the point where I can really function very well. So I'm struggling a little bit with, like, primarily just trying to get this space figured out to where I am not like overwhelmed just by the sheer number of random objects. Like, we need to have a house. That's why why we're trying to save up money this year, which is, it's rather unfortunate that I can't be an electrician, too disabled to function when I am working as an electrician. So now I am trying to be a streamer, which is why your donations are so helpful, because I would like to have like a very small amount of not being in the red, just in order to say like, yes, I'm able to save, and like I want surgery someday, like I need to be in a position where I'm not just literally breaking even every month. So your help is always appreciated. Like the stream, share the videos, subscribe, click the notification bell, tell your friends. All things are appreciated. Right before I'm gonna leave up this screen just for a bit. I'm just gonna make a quick run to fill my water cup and maybe to the bathroom. So, and then we can sit down, and let me pull my chat up. There we go. Yeah, the organizing is overwhelming, especially because like a lot of it is not my stuff, and it would be good, like we literally need like a total, like a full unfinished basement to make into like a workshop, or like a whole fucking garage to turn into a workshop, something. We'll have to work it out eventually, but I'm gonna grab some water, be back in a moment. Oh yes, thank you. Thank you, Timerinia. I honestly, like, I'm doing way better now than I was like a month ago when I was trying to still be a wage employee person, you know? Um, Trying to do that full time and everything is just toxic for my health, apparently. At least for now. As I'm still getting trauma stuff kind of like figured out. So, gonna be buckling down with a trauma therapist. So, hopefully, in about 4 months, maybe in about 4 months, I might be able to say that my PTSD has been possibly cured, depending on how many of my symptoms we can limit. And also, I'm getting my heart looked at. I got my heart looked at a little bit, and it was okay. But I'm gonna wear a monitor for like a couple days, and actually be able to like detect the little things. Someone said it before, but it does sound like premature ventricular contractions, apparently, according to my description of it, which is basically like if your heart, you know how your heart beats like, ba-bump, it's got like these two things that happen. If you're in the middle, like, of both of those things, like you're in the middle of an action, ba-bump, and then you're in the middle of it and your heart like just tries to beat again in the middle of its own stupid fucking rhythm. That's what premature ventricular contractions are. And they're not like deadly or anything, but unpleasant sensation wise, a little anxiety causing. I don't really know if I have a history of heart trouble. I know that one of my younger siblings had a murmur when he was younger, but beyond that, I don't really think so, TBH. I gotta touch base with my dad about that again. It's a little early for him to be in the stream chat with us tonight. He'll wake up in a couple hours. Yeah, murmurs are pretty common in children. I know they usually resolve. That's like just the only heart issue I'm aware of my family having. Anyway. About to start the segment. Ready to start the segment now. So, Ash Hardell is a non-binary creator who's been on the platform for a super long time. I know I used to, look up to Ash as, wow, look at this non-binary creator with like this insane number of subscribers. It's quite high. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. Actually, we're on the channel. We could look at it pretty quickly. Currently 600,000 640,000, and then an extra 40,000 on top of that is how many subscribers that Ash has. I'm sure it wasn't nearly as high as that when I first found their channel, but I don't know what it was at. So Ash is pretty cool. Always been a very nice person, very kind person. Generally makes content that is supportive. And, it's very clear to see the ways in which I have somewhat modeled my content after Ash's, in the sense that the goal is to just display, like, hey, this is, like, one way to be non-binary, Ash has not gone on testosterone, but did get top surgery, and they also have, like, a partner who also got top surgery, and so, like, they've been pretty open about this journey because they want people to know that this is one of the potential ways in which there is representation of ways to be happy as a trans person, right? Like positivity, wholesomeness, kindness, making the world a softer place to live, which are all things that I think are good. I think all those things are good things to do. So Ash has been on the receiving end because of that wide audience of a lot of harassment. And so, content warning on the screen here showing like transphobia, homophobia, fatphobia, transmedicalism, mental health themes, mention of suicide, anti-LGBT plus slurs, ableism, ableist slurs, harassment, discussion of abuse and violence, and discussion of grooming and sexual predation. Yes, I believe Ash goes by any all. Or I don't actually know if that's the case, because I think the last time we touched base about this, I actually asked, and they said that they had been going by any all, but that a lot of people had been using that as an excuse to just call them by she, her, so that they were kind of moving toward they, them. So that's why I personally use they, them usually when I'm talking about Ash. I just think that's like probably the safest bet. Unless you want to get creative and try using neopronouns, which is something that I like to do. Like Lumiru uses any all, and so I like to use Fae Fair pronouns when I'm thinking about Fae. I'm thinking about fair? Fae 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 Fair? Fae Fair Fair? Fae Fair Fair. Yeah. I do remember also, like, yeah, some people do the rotation. So yeah, you can like rotate, like you can start the sentence with he and then switch to they and then use she. I don't think that works in any way other than in like a tweet. I think that works within a single tweet, and other than that, I don't really think that is cohesive. Personal opinion. But if people say any, all, Dizzy says I tend to use they, them, or use the opposing pronoun to their assigned at birth gender. That's fair. Pronouns are wacky. What's up, Blue Spectra? So, intentions nasty. Glory to you and all the based xenogender peeps. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Dono. That's helping out me and Demon Mama to get groceries. So thank you. I am going to update this because it's so fast for me to do it now. Please open. Please work. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. Oh, it's not updated over here. Anyway, it needs to be this now, because there was... That's the one thing. Is the widget updated across all three? But that's fine. It's fine. We figured it out. Let me pull my chat back up. Bop, 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 bop. And let's play this motherfucking video. It's gonna be on the screen for a second, okay? Do we have volume? Let me make sure my volume is up. It might not be. Boop-a-doop, boop-a-doop, boop. Boop. Boop.
Come with me, and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Take a look, and you'll see into your imagination.
Yes, I do like this opening song. I don't know if the stream sounds.
Traveling in a world of my creation.
Opening music, Zach Benson.
Will defy explanation. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view
Transphobia as internalized.
anything you want to do it. Wanna change
Yeah,
the
honestly,
world,
like,
there's nothing to
Ash's filmmaking skill is pretty impressive to me. Pretty wildly impressive to me.
it.
Get it? Pure imagination. It's a Trender reference. I'm owning it now. Ugh.
Lean into it.
It feels weird to be back. I vote we make this an adult coffee.
Oh my gosh. That's part of why I thought about making myself a adult coffee. So I'm gonna make that because I made the coffee and I need to pour it into a cup. So I'm gonna do that now. I'm so forgetful. That's Bailey's. Ash has Bailey's. I have peppermint schnapps. So I'm gonna have peppermint coffee. Okay. Arr, 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 arr. Alora. Silly human. Okay. Just poured out my water. I'll get more later if I need to. Okay. Which we have which one but not which one? What is it, Kek V? What is Kek W? I don't know what all of them are. Oh, Kek W is the original? Okay. Yeah, these were just the preloaded ones. I have made no changes to any of the emotes.
Nice and cold because it took me a billion years to set up the camera. I forgot how to do this.
That's why you just gotta have a place where the camera lives and you never move it, which is what I do. Demon Mama has good emotes. I have not been over at Conyers though, I don't think.
Okay, let's just start. Hey everyone, how's it going? How you doing? I'm doing weird. A lot has changed. I left YouTube for a year and a half, almost 2 years.
Ha! Just kidding. Editing Ash here. I was definitely gone for over 2 years, so sorry about that. I underestimated how long this big and emotional bad boy would take me to finish while I was also wrapping.
I don't understand how it was 4.5 terabytes. That seems excessive. Unless this entire thing was shot in like 8K. I don't understand how that happened. How did you do that, Ash? What did you do? Like what? Not just how did that happen, but what did you do? Like what have you done? Okay, please stop moving. Oh, all the Pepes are little birds instead of frogs. Nice. I'm gonna have to get mine into little dragons. I thought that too, maybe, Alora, that this was the entire series. Because that also makes me curious as to, like, has most of it been filmed, and so we're gonna have, like, pretty quick sequels, or does it need to be filmed still, you know? Yeah, little dragon emotes. Oh, good night, Intentions Nasty. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for your dono. I super appreciate it. I hope Demon Mama appreciates it also. And thank you for joining the Horde. For the Horde? Can we legally say that? For the Horde, H-O-A-R-D. Okay.
Up grad school, so I have bad time management skills.
I don't think you have bad time management skills. Ash just said that they were in grad school at the same time as making this video, so I don't think that's bad time management skills. I think that's doing two incredibly difficult things at the same time.
And I'm slow. Oops.
A lot has changed. I left YouTube for
basically 700 internet years.
I confronted some unresolved trauma, and I got a TikTok. Can you tell? I'm so sparkly now. Oh, don't worry, not to post or anything. I'm 29. I think that's against the rules. I just lurk in the shadows and feel empowered watching the GNC folks unapologetically be themselves. They're why I felt brave and glued flowers on my face today. So, the trendercore aesthetic of this project is dedicated to them, and the hours-long analysis challenging various forms of online transphobia is dedicated to me, as well as anyone else who finds it therapeutic.
There is no life I know to compare with pure imagination. Living there, you'll be free.
Totally do not blame Ash for leaving the internet for 2 years also, by the way. Yeah, that look was very Sam Collins. It's true. It was very...
If you truly wish to be.
The coffee was nice, but let's crack open a beer. It's much more on brand. This beer is called Tropical Fun Pants. And yes, I bedazzled the can. If you don't know who I am, my name is Ash, and I've been posting videos on YouTube since 2011. I am old. A few years into making content, and I came out as queer, and then later as trans. Eventually, I chose to medically transition with top surgery, which I documented on my channel. At that point, I was in a unique position, because thanks to 1, how long I'd been on the platform, and 2, because of a brush I had with virality, I ended up being one of the largest non-binary voices on this site. Now, I have no idea if that's the case anymore, seeing as I bravely ran away.
Brave Sir Robin ran away. No! Bravely ran away. I didn't!
But as far as YouTube goes, I was a peek into what happens when an NB creator breaks out of their predominantly LGBT+ progressive audience and is exposed to a more general population.
Yeah, that's like the terrifying thing. Like, you know, it's on the one hand, like, if you never break out of the non-binary bubble, there's like a very, like, there's a limit to how many people are going to care about your content over time, you know? Like, allies and trans people directly affected by the issues that you talk about. But then, like, if you break out of that, it becomes very quickly fraught with danger, you know? It's not a good time. And even if you branch out too far, like, within the trans community, you know, you'll end up in circles that you don't want to be in. So, you gotta be careful.
Ashley Hardell.
Ash Hardell.
Fucking hell, Ashley, you are such a pussy.
I don't want to use the word trans-trender here.
It's so weird how narcissistic they are. They think that they're so special.
Why else would you put on this big fucking show if not to get attention?
It's like refuting a goddamn child, I swear.
Stupidity.
The motherlode of crazy.
Fucking pathetic.
Especially Snopes.
Fucking big.
Spoiler.
That's also, like, insane to me that Ash watches all of that kind of content. Like, I made a rule years ago back when Riley Dennis hate content was getting recommended to me on a regular basis because I watched Riley Dennis, I decided back then that I was not going to ever basically watch response content to me. I think maybe I've glanced through a couple things, or maybe like, I think for at least one, someone I know watched it and they were like, here's the highlights about it. And I was like, thanks, because I don't want to watch it. You know? Yeah, I like Riley Dennis. She like pivoted to doing Avatar content, Avatar The Last Airbender content, and I've been pretty into that recently. Yeah, Jess, I think you watched Calvin Guerra's video and like told me about the highlights. Also, hello. You are here. Also. Hey, Mitter. I have this new dress and everything. Okay, hold on. The alarm for medicine is about to go off, so I'm gonna take a pill real fast. Okay. And then we're gonna have a little kitty cat interruption. New haircut. That sounds very, very exciting. Okay. We're gonna have a little kitty cat interruption. Let me pull this out of my ear before he rips it out. Hey, buddy. Hey, come here. Come here. Yes, you are easier to pick up on this side. Come here. Hello. Come here. Oh, yes. Ah. Yes, my Mitternacht. My big boy. Yes. Hello, kitty cat. Yes, this one is a chunky boy. This one weighs like 15 or 16 pounds. Him big baby boy. You're so good. You're so good. You are. You are my buddy. He's so good. He's so sweet. He's getting annoyed though. He's getting very annoyed with me. He would not have allowed this for any period of time when we first got him though, so we can be happy for the progress that he's made. One more look at the camera. Look at your white whiskers. Look at you. Oh yes, thank you. Thank you. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Okay. Mwah. Okay, I will let you go. Oh, that's always good. Need to update this real fast. Boop, boop, boop. Whoa, nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Okay. Got a little cat hair in my coffee, as you do. You just gotta be prepared to breathe it, and eat it, and drink it. Cat hair everywhere, all the time. Okay, let me get this figured back out. Over here. Get chat back up. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Jess. I kind of stopped at a point where I thought it looked bad, and I was like, I'm just gonna let this happen. Because it's supposed to look bad. It was supposed to be a stream goal of like, look, this product I've never used before. Okay. Yeah, a distinguished gentleman. True. Yeah, bop it, pull it, twist it. The original only had 4. It was like, yeah, bop it, pull it, twist it. Pull it? Oh, 4 and then 1. Bop It. The Bop It was the one in the center. Bop It, Pull It, Twist It. I don't remember where the other one was. Flick It. But Flick It just sounds sexual. Did you do Spin It? Was Spin It one? See, I never actually had a Bop It. I was poor. I did not have these amenities. One with 3 and one with 5. Oh, okay, so Bop It, Pull It, Twist It. Dizzy, you are 2 ace for life. It's true. I'm sorry. I do fuck. It's unfortunate. My partner is mostly ace, but I am not. Fair enough, Alexis, you know? Alright, I gotta make sure my earbuds in when I play this. Really, Blue Spectra? Do you suffer also?
It bad. Now, if you've been keeping up with the discourse, you know that I am not the only non-binary person who's endured targeted harassment on YouTube.
Hi all, it's Milo. It is frustrating and deeply
Milo.
saddening that my experiences of facing an online harassment campaign around 2016 are still relevant to conversations taking place on this platform.
I've been afraid to post about myself online because Calvin Guerra and his fan base bullied me off the internet.
After Calvin made that video, a bunch of his people came to me.
He sent thousands and thousands of his followers and stans and whatever onto my channel, which was a lot smaller than his.
Small trans creators have remained the targets of reaction videos that target trans people for their appearance and identities under the ruse of making a political argument.
They said that I was too fat for top surgery, it looked like I still had boobs, I shouldn't have had surgery because I was stealing that opportunity from someone who really needed it.
They told me to commit suicide.
The result was that I no longer felt very safe or comfortable talking about my transition on this platform.
Possibly the longest lasting effect of the harassment was the fact that I developed a lot of paranoia and hypervigilance. I became extremely afraid that someone would try to hurt me in person.
Someone once messaged me to warn me that someone else was plotting on their Tumblr to come and find me on my campus and hurt me.
That is a very scary thing. Brandon went through some very crazy, scary shit. And, you know, unconscionable, I would say. Has affected me for years.
And this was ages ago now, but it's still something that it does genuinely sting.
And it still affects me. I'm still bouncing my leg, nervous, to be talking about Calvin Guerra.
That was trauma, and that trauma lingers even now.
Can we just also say how well edited together that was? Like, yes, thank you, Ash, for shouting out me and all the rest of us. Like, all the rest of us are, like, relatively the same size creators. Like, my channel's roughly the same size as Milo's, roughly the same size as Brennan's, all that. So that was really nice. But also, like, can we just say how well edited that was? Of all the segments. Like, Ash is so thorough. That's part of why this video took such a long time for them to work on. And like, their script, like, I've seen people do videos where they're clearly, like, alluding to a clip that they know they'll find later, and then they just insert the clip. So then what you have, the result of that is, like, you have, like, when we went over Riley's video that she posted, her, like, little comeback, where she didn't end up explaining herself in any way, shape, or form. She had to do a text overlay onto the clip that she got to put in the video, because when she wrote her script and when she was filming the script that she wrote, she didn't actually know what she was going to be referencing specifically in the final edit of her video. Whereas we have, like, Ash had very specific clips in mind for all these different segments. That's why scripting is so slow for me. also. Like, I have a BoJack Horseman script in the works still that I do plan on finishing, you know. It's just difficult because that's part of it, is like you can't help but think about the finished product. Like, that's a video essay kind of thing situation, which requires like every single part of the script basically to have a video playing on the background of it, you know? So even if you're not like, even if it's not, you're playing a full quoted scene so that you can hear the dialogue, you know, you have to have B-sides in mind because you don't want it to just be garbage or whatever, you know, that's for me at least. Yeah, the way that, what Old Woman Josiah says, and the way they were able to make y'all flow together as if you had been able to play your responses off of each other is seriously impressive editing. It's massively impressive. It's very thorough, and the rest of the video is the same way, where, like, it's clear that as Ash is recording, they are referencing exactly the clip that they show in the video, because that's how thoroughly the script was planned out. So I just really appreciate that kind of meticulousness. Even if, personally, I resonate with that kind of meticulous work, but it's, for me, maladaptive. It's not healthy. But it does result in good end products, so can't argue with that necessarily.
Watching my friends take a stand against the digital abuse that they and other trans people endured was healing, and it's empowered me to share my experience. Personally, I think my story is worth hearing because it demonstrates just how far-reaching and diverse hatred towards trans people can be online. You see, the mistreatment of trans folks extends well beyond any single influencer or genre of content. AKA, it's not just Calvin Guerra and non-binary cringe videos. Ye old anti-SJW YouTube might be over, but the persecution of...
I do think that Xander Hall is right that we might be having a resurgence of anti-SJW content creation about to happen, but that's beside the point, I guess.
Trans folks online is not. In fact, nowadays, I think we are actually up against a much bigger and scarier kind of monster. And I'm speaking up because I'm a little worried that folks don't truly understand that. And I want to make sure that we don't fall into complacency. Our work is not done. There is still so much insidious bigotry out there that needs to be challenged. Now, I won't lie, sitting here and opening up about what I went through feels pretty vulnerable. I hate when YouTubers get dramatic. Now I won't lie. But for real. Now I won't... Such a cheesy fucking line. Now... But it's real. But I hate saying it. Now, I won't lie. Sitting...
Poor Ash, like, it's so uncomfortable. Like I understand. It's so uncomfortable trying to talk about this. Like, the severity with which Ash has had people come after them is like beyond what I've experienced, you know? Like, I have trauma from other shit in my life. Like, so far, internet shit has not even come close to rising to the level of reinforcing my trauma, you know? Certainly not giving me new ones so far. Knock on wood. But yeah, it's even the small amount that I went through, it was very difficult to talk about my experience with Calvin Guerra, so I can't imagine, like, knowing what I know about from this video and, like, background info about how this has affected Ash. Like, it required a lot of bravery, and I admire that a lot.
Being here and opening up about what I went through, I feel pretty vulnerable and fragile. Making this video will force me to relive the time when an international newspaper called me a child groomer, when a broadcasting network characterized my book as a tool for abuse and indoctrination, when a YouTube mom publicly questioned my fitness as a future parent.
And now she's, he's telling their wife that I want kids, cute gays making babies. I see what you're doing, Ash, going back to this, oh look, I'm becoming a mommy vlogger thing. Holy shit, you are gonna get so traumatized when you have a kid.
When one creator was so dedicated to my downfall that he made 8...
That seems like a really unnecessarily cruel thing to do, but oh wow. I am a little bit easily tearful right now for hormonal reasons. But I feel like that's especially awful because like I know how difficult it is to try to become like to deal with your feelings about wanting to be a parent as a trans person, but like being in a queer relationship where it's not necessarily easy, you know? Like, yeah, and like what you're buckling in for when you're saying like we as a same-sex couple are gonna try to have a kid, you know, like it's a lot, and it's really really hurtful to be like dismissive about that, like, oh, you have no idea what you're signing up for. Like, I don't think you have any idea. Like, I would bet that was some like, you know, cishet housewife lady, and what does she know about how difficult it is as a queer couple, either going through the adoption process or trying to go through assisted like fertilization, I don't know, whatever you would call that, you know? It's really hard. And I don't know why you would minimize that and be like, oh, you have no, you know, you're going to be so traumatized, which the implication of that is you have no idea what you're getting into, you know?
18 videos and nearly 6 hours of content about me. When a popular trans YouTuber leaked my private day job to nearly 500,000 people and platformed some really harmful takes about me. And when that...
Yeah, IVF. Well, Dory Fish, you could do literal, like, you could do IVF, but, I mean, I would consider, like, using a surrogate could also be, like, what I would consider, like, assisted fertilization, you know? Like, not, you know, not like, it's not synthetic exactly, but it's assisted.
Same YouTuber approached me years later, informing me that his views had changed and asking for a chance to apologize. And finally, when all my worst...
That's pretty cool. And also, I guess that guy, I think it's him and Brennan have a podcast together, which I'm a bad friend and don't listen to. I don't know Storm Ryan, but I know Brennan, obviously. I would consider Brennan a friend. I would consider Ash a friend.
Fears and insecurities turn themselves into a book.
Oh yeah, this terrible thing. I haven't read it. I feel like
a book
maybe
which mentions
I
me
should.
by
I don't
name,
know.
and which at one point you could just walk into Target or Barnes & Noble and...
I was curious if it mentioned me by name, but I don't think it does. I don't have as much clout. I don't have enough clout. Yeah, Ash is in there. So is, like, Chase Ross and Ty Turner, I think. Hey, that's fair. I have a podcast also. The first episode just came out. It's called MKG Podcast. And I think I may have put a link in the description. I can't remember.
Bye! Nothing like the mass distribution of a person's trauma, am I right? I need people to know that the stakes for not challenging some of these violent acts are high. We'll dive deeper into this later, but due to the transphobic backlash that I received, I ended up developing legitimate pathology. This included PTSD symptoms and a tic disorder. But worst of all, for a time, I was gaslit into viewing myself as something dangerous. Anti-SJWs, conservative media, trans medicalists, and trans exclusionary radical feminists were all hurling vile accusations my way. Accusations which I eventually started...
Like, accusations such as stop brainwashing children, this is appropriation, way to cash in on being, quote, trans, couldn't get famous being cis, you're trying to indoctrinate people, your content is harmful, you're a cult leader, you make real trans folks look like a joke. Yeah, like, that's so, it hurts me. It makes me so sad that Ash has had to go through this experience, you know? It's just not good. Thank you, old woman Josiah. I have no idea. I know that YouTube is slow when I update the thumbnail or title of something on existing links, so who knows how long it's gonna go. Yeah, the thing that it makes you feel are not mild or easy to brush off. Yeah, why do you have to be... I don't understand, Dank Catlord. Like, people are just trying to exist peacefully and other people just absolutely can't stand it. Like, it really sucks. And I know I'm going to have to be really careful myself as we go forward. Like, if we get to the point where we're not just, you know, where we're not regularly pulling somewhere between like 15 and 30 viewers, you know, I'm going to have to be careful about how much exposure I have to those kind of influences. Because I know that even if I don't end up believing the things, I know it's going to stress me out to the point that it flares my chronic illnesses and stuff, you know? I know, it's ridiculous how many people want to make your happiness their problem.
Started to entertain and later internalize.
Oh, calculated, you're ruining lives, manipulative, cringy, problematic, too cute. Your naivete is destructive.
The worst of these voices called me a predator. They said that my actions were calculated, sinister, and that my goal was to convert young people into becoming trans for my own social...
Can I just also say really quick that I'm having terrible cramps today. I'm assuming that I'm about to have, you know, Shark Week. So if you want to help me deal with that, because it fucking sucks, consider giving me $5 for some chocolate or some ice cream because I feel terrible. I've taken ibuprofen today, but I'm like trying not to just take a bunch of painkillers, but it's like so sharp and it's really hard to think while they're happening. So pour one out for your boy. Going back over here. Help me and Demon Mama get groceries, including chocolate to help with cramps. Crampy cramps.
Social and monetary gain. The more charitable critics slightly disagreed. They claimed that I myself had been brainwashed into the trans cult.
This is the kind of crap that enables people like Ash to think that they're a special snowflake gender. She's wasting her adorable face by plastering it on the front of this social justice bullshit instead of doing something that's actually worthwhile. Like, you know, letting me fuck the shit out of her.
Or maybe...
That is horribly awkward. That is so cringe and awkward. Gayfesh, I'm very particular about my chocolate mixed with fruit flavors, but I would be willing to try it, you know? Whipped cream is really good. I do have some... I have cookies and cream ice cream, I think. We got a tier 3 sub. Only because the segue was so smooth. Thanks. Thank you, Old Woman Josiah, for the tier 3 sub. I don't think I've seen that color name in chat. You might be my first tier 3 sub. That's awesome. I gotta work on my segues. Yeah, Ash subjected themselves to this kind of concentrated hate. And like viewed all of this stuff multiple times while editing also. Yeah, that's like, I'm sure that that's part of what made it worse. Like, that's part of what I mean. Like, I don't look at stuff about me, you know, for the most part. I'll occasionally name search just to see if anybody's talking shit. I know that people have talked about me on the fruit farm before, you know. I think It was a long time ago. But yes, they have talked about me on the Fruit website before. So. Poggies. Yes, very good.
My transness was rooted in a fetish or a desire to be young forever.
Ash seems to have this weird obsession with being childlike. It's definitely Peter Pan syndrome.
Some people have accused Ash of having like a Peter Pan syndrome and wanting to remain a child more than they want to be non-binary.
These voices asserted that while my efforts might not be malicious or even within my own conscious awareness, the effect was still the same. I was confusing and harming thousands of people who watched my videos. I was convincing cis people that they were trans and ruining lives. Because I heard these claims so repetitively and delivered with such conviction, for a while I started to view myself and my transness as disingenuous and potentially dangerous. I lost a grip on how to evaluate reality and my own sanity.
I will say that this is like, I think this is part of the quintessential problem of being like pre-transition, is like the gaslighting of being told that you're not who you know you are, you know, like that it can actually like degrade your mental health directly in the way that kind of Ash is describing. Yeah, emotional abuse makes you unable to verify your own reality. You actually stop trusting your own perceptions.
I no longer had a working internal barometer for what I thought was true anymore.
Oh my gosh, Resonant Bodies, thank you. Here's hoping you feel better. Thank you for all your wonderful content. Oh, thank you. Let me update the thingy-mabobber. The thingy-mabobber. Thingy-bob. Bob-bob. I gotta figure out where the hell I am. Where the hell are we? Give us a quick sec. Let's let Ash's video play while I'm figuring this out.
Arthur, that was right after the sad part.
Here, let's catch that whole thing.
I no longer had a working internal barometer for what I thought was true anymore. Arthur, that was right after the sad part. Wow, you just killed the moment. I'm talking about how I was so gaslit, and you're all like, meow. Anyway, admitting that I internalized these false claims, even for just a moment, feels embarrassing. Even now, lingering influences from these messages still exist in my life. And I'm still working through a lot of the shame around how affected I was by some of these ideas. So, this lengthy exposition is all just to establish that my trauma response is still very much alive and kicking. While I feel super empowered by the recent shift in tone surrounding trans discourse, that empowerment is simultaneously cautious and delicate. I'm worried that by opening up and sharing my story and confessing to some of my personal self-doubts and struggles in the process, folks may try to weaponize those disclosures against me later. And while this is an uncomfortable reality...
Oh yeah, hold on, let's look at this real quick. I don't know how credible someone who became mentally ill from the internet is. Someone so sensitive and unstable should not be online. Ash feels guilty because they understand their content is harmful. You are affected because you know it's true. Ash even admitted that their identity felt dangerous. Gaslit? Yeah, more like could no longer deny all the hurt they caused. Yeah, like the laser sight, the laser accuracy of that is fucking agonizing. Like, people are definitely gonna raise, yeah, those are the kinds of things that people say. Like, that's one of the horrible things that you just have to kind of be prepared for on the internet, is the people are going to call you abusive for affiliating with someone, you know?
reality, I still feel compelled to use my voice. You see, I now recognize that the egregious statements made about me were unsubstantiated, made in bad faith, and ultimately rooted in transphobia. They were plainly and patently wrong. With that understanding, it's time for me to move on. However, I don't think I can do that without making this series. I need to share why I know these accusations are wrong. I also need the closure that comes with having control over my own narrative. After all, as a wise YouTuber once said, because I was hurt so publicly, I need to heal publicly. Okay. So, what are we gonna do?
That seemed like something that was really difficult to say without actual tears. Like, it's what it sounded like, you know? Yeah, they have just enough social ability to know what will, where it will affect you most, and little enough empathy to think that makes it a good thing to say. True. Yeah, working daily. Dear God, this is the kind of stuff that made me scared to come out, and I'm not even an influencer. I hate that publicly trans people have to put up with it so much. It's rough. I feel like I've had it pretty easy. Like, total in my life, overall, I have felt like, you know, being disabled has been probably more harmful to me actively in my life than being trans. Like, for the most part, being trans has been something I can mostly, like, feel like I have agency over and, like, feels like a positive thing in my life. We have a follower on, fucking Twitch, because I can't turn off Twitch follows on alert box for some reason. 10 out of 10 Streamlabs. So, yeah, like, and I've been out as trans, you know, for, like, 12 or 13 years now, and I've been transitioning medically since 2015, so, you know, it's not like I haven't been existing in the world as trans for a while, but because of where I live and stuff, it hasn't been as actively of an issue, whereas, like, you know, I faced a lot more professional and personal difficulties for being disabled. I personally kind of feel dizzy, like, maybe I just know a lot of disabled activists who are... Yeah, like, I just know a lot of disabled activists who are like, well, this is just what my life is, like, I wouldn't be me without this thing, you know, we need rights, we deserve rights, like, everybody could be disabled at any moment, it's the only, like, class that you can just join because of, you know, something out of your control like that, you know, so I guess, like, my mentality about it has been a lot better than it could have been. Like, the difficulty that I've had has been external. My process internally for recognizing and accepting that I was disabled was easier than the external. Like, just, I mean, I guess that's I keep trying to push myself past my limits, and that's kind of a stupid internal thing. But yeah, maybe we should do disability pride. That might be good.
In this project, what can you expect? Well, in the first few parts, I know, parts, I am such an annoying YouTuber. I tried to fit everything in one video, fam, but the script is literally like 80 pages long. For self-care purposes, you're getting parts. In the first few parts, we'll explore several themes. These themes will examine nuances, which make harassment in a digital environment a complex...
Online radicalization, anonymity, scale, community, power dynamics, manufacturing scandal for views/profit, and of course they may change their mind about some of this.
And distinct experience, especially for trans people. This video specifically will look at radicalization and anonymity. I'll act as a case example and share some personal stories. Additionally, throughout this series, we'll spend some time debunking some of the most commonly made arguments that transphobes employ when trying to discredit and vilify trans people. Then, in the very last part, we will look at everything through a trauma-informed lens. Because I am a psych nerd, a psych master's student. Just a student, though. In that section, I'll break down exactly why and how an experience like mine, or Brennan's, or Milo's can be legitimately traumatizing. And I mean, like, rewire your nervous system and literally change your physiology traumatizing.
Oh yeah, I think that's one of the main differences between myself and, you know, Ash and Brennan both, and Milo too, to an extent, developed, like, trauma physiology after their online experiences. And for me, like, that's just, I've been wired that way since I was a child. So for me, the internet stuff just doesn't hit the same. It doesn't quite hit the same. First few parts, Ash said, and the first one is an hour long. True, Alora. It's going to be quite a series. A lot of social factors teach people that to be disabled is somehow a personal failure and that it deserves no positive attention or care. Yeah, it's true. It's really, truly awful. You know, it's not like I want to not be able to do things. It's not like I'm deciding not to do them. It's that if I do them, I will slowly lose my mind and freak out and want to kill myself, and it's not a good combo. People are transphobic, but you can, like, go home and hide from people, and people are also ableist, but I can't hide from ableism at home. My house itself is fucking ableist. True. Yeah, some internet stuff does hit the same buttons. It doesn't add to trauma responses, it just activates them. Yeah. So, yeah, I might be, like, triggered, but it's not like, for me, it's not like it changed my physiology because I was just already there. So that's just one way in which it differs for me. I am oppressed by stares, true.
Sounds fun, right? Let's go! Theme 1, Radicalization. It's no secret that the internet has proven to be a valuable tool for members of extreme ideologies to share their views, connect with one another, and insulate inside echo chambers. As a result, certain groups and individuals have become radicalized through social media.
You're about to meet a man who says he was radicalized by alt-right figures via their persuasive YouTube videos.
Many folks believe that the YouTube algorithm specifically has a strong radicalizing influence, as it has a history of pushing users towards extreme and provocative content. This algorithm is what exposes non-binary creators to audiences that would not normally seek out their videos. This often includes enthusiastic transphobes, anti-SJWs, passionate trans medicalists, religious fundamentalists, TERFs, and more. All groups that most NB individuals would be far less likely to have confrontations with IRL. And of course, same goes for any marginalized people. If you belong to an oppressed group and you make videos about that oppression or about your identity, your oppressors almost certainly will find you in significant numbers. I recall noticing this phenomenon early in my YouTube presence. After I came out, I would vent to my real-life friends about the hurtful comments I'd get from the internet. And they'd ask, Ash, why do you think you get so much hate? And I'd say, well, think about it. Who's often captivated by trans videos? The two groups most interested tend to be trans people and transphobes. Anyway, it didn't take much for the algorithm to figure this out and...
Under the list for trans people, we have Kai is a boy 32, the Trender Avenger, Spider Trans, A gender, literally anyone named Ashton, Asher, or Ash. Then the transphobes. I roll with Rowling 9000, King Snowflake Melter, Super Straight 246, Cringing at 2 Cutes, and TERF is a slur.
Start regularly placing me in front of hateful eyes.
I like the glasses
As time marched
too.
on, the number of prejudiced people disproportionately grew, and more interestingly, I
Oh, hold on. There's more funnies on the list. Hold on. Ash. Okay. Peen or Jean? Ash. I didn't stop to look at these before. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Snowflake Slayer, Cis King Savage, Trenders Are Pretenders, Surrender to Two Genders. Ash. These are brutal. Bay for the Binary, PragerU, Natal Girls, Transmed Fred 305, Attack Helicopter Henry 14, True Scum Simper 333, ROGD is real. Oh no, Daddy Dysphoria, Pronouns are for pussies, BioBabe 247, No Spectrum Steve, Gender Critical Christy, and Don't Call Me Sis, I'm Normal is that last one down in the corner. Oh my god, Ash. Let's find out. That's phenomenal. It's incredible. Do we want a short Lucy interruption? Do we want to have a short interruption from Lucifer? My Luffy? I love that Daddy Dysphoria is misspelled. True. We want an interruption from Lucy. We're going to take an interruption from Lucy, and then I actually do need to feed him really quick and give him his insulin. I want to go ahead and do that rather than sometimes I wait until after stream and then it's like fucking midnight, and that's just straight up unkind of me. Hey, Luce. Hey, Luce. Hey, baby. He's so sweet. Oh, we love him. We love him. He's like, you fucking suck so much. Oh, him, baby. You should feed yourself, Jess. Do that. Cat. This is Lucifer. He does. That's why his name is Lucifer, because he looks like a gremlin. Doesn't he look like a gremlin? That's why he's called Lucifer. But he also looks like a lot like his sister Feisty, so he's also called Lucy. Can you let go of my dress? You snagged a fucking... This is the first time I've worn this dress, sir. And you just snagged a thread in my dress. That's never gonna be fixed now. Thank you for that, you fucking jerk. Go away. One of you is called Lucifer? Look at this. Do you see this? He snagged my dress. What a fucking asshole. It's okay, I don't really know how I feel about this cut. I don't know if this is the right cut for me. Because I don't know. I like the ones that are more plunge cut. But I wanted to try some different ones. So there's different ones on the Amazon list. This would be better if there wasn't elastic here. I wonder if you can see. Yeah, do you see that red mark? It actually doesn't feel great. I am, my mom has really big, meaty shoulders, and so do I. And so even though I'm not on T, I have, like, just meaty shoulders, and it hurts to wear elastic around that part of my body. Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Lucifer, Lucy. Okay. Oh, I guess Morningstar is Lucifer, sort of. Is that what you're saying? Like they mean the same thing? But yes, thank you, Dream. A viewer got me this dress. My birthday is later this month, so if you are interested, you can look at the wish lists in the description and get me a dress, and I'll wear it on stream. And my cats will get their horrible fucking claws in them. Okay, so what I'm going to do real quick, since I'm going to go ahead and feed the cat, and it's going to take a minute, is I'm going to mute my microphone so that I can turn on the speakers, and I'll play the video. I'm truly doing a React Andy. I'm pulling a Hassan right now. I'm going to let the video play, but I'm going to turn my speakers on so that I can hear it, because I'm just feeding them, so... React harder, true. Shameful. I should only be like, you know, a minute or two, hopefully. Oh my gosh. Oh, I didn't update this over here. It needs to be 289. Thank you all for your generosity so far, by the way. We're just, you know, we're doing something nice. It's a secret from Demon Mama. Until I just send her... I'm probably going to end up sending her a little bit more than 50% because of PayPal fees. And I just want to, like, make sure that she actually gets most of the money that I intend for her to receive, you know? And hopefully we will collectively have made her life a little bit easier. So, okay, I'm gonna turn this up. I'm gonna mute myself, and I'll be right back.
I noticed that the flavor of their prejudice became more and more intense. Their ideology was getting increasingly radical. Years later, I felt vindicated when the New York Times came out with an entire podcast exploring the ways that YouTube radicalizes people, and when other scholarly sources started publishing articles and studies on social media's radicalizing effect on users. I've compiled a list of links to videos, articles, and primary sources that discuss this. I strongly encourage you to not just take my word for it, but look into it yourself. Not everyone's convinced that the algorithm has a radicalizing influence, and while everything I've read that dissents seems to get quickly and thoroughly debunked, I should still admit my bias. Like I said, I really believe I have felt the effects of audience radicalization firsthand on my own channel. I've also witnessed the same thing happen to many of my trans friends, and I think there's more than enough compelling evidence to support this theory. Still, lots of links below, decide for yourself. Now, while I don't have time to go over the nuances of exactly how algorithms radicalize folks, it's kind of it's incredibly complicated. I do want to take a moment to try and briefly, like really briefly, super brief, summarize some of the history and mechanics behind YouTube's algorithm as I understand it. According to Guillaume Chalot, I had one of Grayson's French coworkers pronounce that name for me, so hopefully I don't totally mess it up. I'm sure I messed it up a little, though. According to Guillaume Chalot, a PhD in artificial intelligence and a former Google engineer, since the inception of the platform, the idea was to maximize time spent on YouTube at all costs, to make it grow as big as possible. Hurrah, capitalism! Chalot explains that the earliest versions of the algorithm attempted to achieve this by prioritizing clicks. But then, clickbait became a problem. Next, the algorithm prioritized watch time, recommending videos similar to those that folks were already spending most of their time on. However, eventually people grew tired of being recommended the same content over and over and over and over. So Google decided to revamp the algorithm once more, but this time they set out to help users actually expand their taste, using something called deep neural networks. So sciencey. By collecting millions of data points, they were able to create connections to the same kinds of videos that people were already watching, but now often with more extreme viewpoints. The same topics, but inflammatory, provocative, reactionary, radical. And this worked! In 2016, YouTube surpassed 1 billion hours of watch time per day. Wow. Users were effectively getting transfixed by the increasingly extreme content.
Did I miss anything important? I've already watched this video twice, so I suppose I didn't miss anything terribly important that I haven't already seen. Yeah, Demon Mama had COVID and now appendicitis, and she's trying to move, so she's got medical expenses and she's trying to move, and she's not been able to work, so we're just gonna send her like half of the money that we earn for most of this week. You know, if we hit 400 tonight, then we'll stop doing that tonight. But if we don't hit it until next stream, then we'll keep going past that point and get as much money as we can next stream, you know? I mean, yeah, she's, I guess, yeah. They're not sure that it's specifically appendicitis, but some kind of bowel inflammation. Yeah. So, appendicitis or whatever the fuck it is that she's got going on. She was in the hospital overnight one night, I think, and she's out now, but still out of commission. Because normally Wednesday night is a Demon Mama stream night. So, like, normally I try not to stream on Demon Mama's nights. So basically, like, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. So Sundays is my day that I try to stream earlier in the day, and then otherwise, like, I'm not quite sure which other days I'm gonna end up picking for sure. It'll depend. I'm so flighty. Anyway, yes, I missed the science, but I've already listened to it. Yeah, I think she's doing okay. By the way, can I just say also, real quick, I know there's not very many here. Horties, listen up, okay? Focus, okay? Don't be weird if a fellow creator comes into my chat. Like, I am a small creator, so every other creator, except for, like, you know, obviously, like I said earlier, Milo Stewart has about the same size channel as me. Brennan has about the same size channel as me. So when people who are friendly with me, like when Ty Turner drops by, which has happened before, don't be like, oh my god, Ty, hello. Because you're kind of like, especially someone like Ty, who is a little bit, like, weird about being recognized. Anybody feels overwhelmed sometimes if they're like a big creator and they're trying to support a smaller creator and a bunch of people in chat are like, whoa, hello, hi, whoa. So, like, if we're ever hanging out in chat and, like, one of those bigger creators decides to say hello, like, don't be part of the reason why they can't say hello, you know? Try to make it not weird. Just let it be normal, you know? Like, when I mean, say hi, but don't be like, oh my god, like, don't type in all caps or anything. That's what I'm trying to say, is, like, just don't. And if like, several people have already said hi, maybe don't say hi, you know? It depends, but, like, just don't be weird, mostly, you know? Don't fanboy about it, you know? Because I know I personally... I mean, that happens to me too, Gayfesh. But I mean, like, if people are normal, if you're normal, you're like, hey, what's up? But, like, treat their presence like it is normal, you know? Don't treat their presence like it's a big deal. Like, oh my god, this larger creator. Because, yeah, that's gonna happen sometimes. For whatever reason, several larger creators know who I am, and they might drop by and say hello, and I want them to feel like that's something that they can do without it getting weird real fast, you know? It can be uncomfy to the smaller creator, I suppose. Like, yeah, if there is a huge amount of enthusiasm about this larger creator showing up, then it's like, oh, well, you're getting all excited about that or whatever. But, yeah. I noticed maybe it was only like 1 or 2 people, but it bugged me a little bit when Ty Turner and his partner dropped by, because I like them both, and someone recognized Ty Turner's name and was like, ah, and I was like, no, like, don't make him not want to hang out, you know? It's already so difficult, and I like both of them. I want to have more friends in the creator space, and positive, non-toxic friends too, you know? Yeah, I guess, like, creators don't necessarily talk about these kind of things. I think my just, like, my tendency to just word vomit a whole lot and not knowing, like, particular limitations on things, I will just talk your guys' ears off sometimes about YouTube analytics and creator dynamics and stuff. Like, it's awkward to be a person who, like, people recognize, and I love being recognized. Just, like, if I were a bigger creator, like, it's different. As a smaller creator, I do like to get noticed, because that's, like, beneficial to me. It makes me feel nice. I'm like, ooh, people know who I am. If I had, like, hundreds of thousands of people who knew who I was, that would be an overwhelming amount of attention. If I were to drop in a chat and, like, 3 dozen people all say something, and like, half of them have, like, a really high intensity, like, ZOMG, you know, that would be a little bit too much. So, yeah, anyway. And other people might not feel the same as me. That's just my personal prerogative on it. Yeah, I think that's totally fair, Mixed Dizzy. I do like, I like the normalization, just saying hey to every name you recognize. That helps newbies feel welcome. It helps create a sense of community. you know, like I said, just treating it like it's normal. Yeah, Gayfesh, I'll bring out all the old references. Alright, let's get back to Ash's video, since I'm done lecturing you horties.
That the site was putting in front of them. YouTube had finally found its way to grow as big as possible.
I never watched I never, like, was at I never did Homestar Runner. I don't know anything about it. At
all costs. After this, every time users consumed a recommended video, they traveled further and further down the rabbit hole of niche and reactionary content. In just a few clicks, someone vulnerable to conspiracy could go from 2016 election results to Hillary linked to sex trafficking to QAnon explained. Yikes.
Yeah, Markiplier did a video a couple years back, a year or two ago, whatever that was like, where does YouTube send new viewers? And it was pretty wild.
Or tips for building confidence, to how to pick up girls, to the life of an incel. And then they're on a forum and all hope is lost. You know, speaking of QAnon, quick sidebar. I recently found out that HBO released a docu-series on the Q community. Q community, that's hard to say. It should just be Q-munity. The Q-munity. Is that a thing? Documentary. Docu-series. Oh my god, HBO, the missed opportunities for puns. Opportunities. No, I'm done.
I love how that resolved. I love that bit.
Anyway, I recently discovered that HBO released a docu-series on the Q-munity in which they do discuss the power of algorithms.
Congress called in the tech giants to discuss what they were doing to prevent hate from metastasizing on the internet and bleeding into the world.
While the First Amendment to the Constitution protects free speech, speech that incites imminent violence is not protected. This is a particular problem on the dark web, where we see certain websites like 8chan and a host of 24/7, 365 hate rallies.
They seemed eager to assure representatives that the situation was somehow controllable.
Of the 9 million videos that we removed in the second quarter of this year, 87% of those were first flagged by our machines.
Their new plan was to use algorithms, AI, which had amplified content like QAnon in order...
Gayfesh says, I'm mad that QAnon exists because I'm a Star Trek fan. Q is not a made-up government agent. He is a made-up trickster space god. True. Hey, Technetium. How's it going? How dare you be late? Unacceptable.
In order to moderate and control content like QAnon.
And in episode 4, at around 47 minutes, a screenshot of Gray and I just pops up. What?
Conversely, automated moderation had intentionally or unintentionally blocked Black Lives Matter hashtags and silenced certain LGBTQ channels on YouTube.
So that's a fun surprise connection I have to the wildest conspiracy theory of the decade. Love that for me. I think I get to crack open another beer for that one.
True.
I mean, you cannot tell me that you...
That's absurd. Did you see all of the buttons? Look at the buttons. Oh my gosh, so many buttons.
I mean, you cannot tell me that YouTube plays zero role in connecting marginalized creators to radicals when my face just ends up in an HBO QAnon documentary. What is my life? That is so fucking weird. So many people texted me that week and were like, are you in QAnon? And I was like, maybe. No, I'm not. No, seriously, no. HBO
Seriously,
didn't even
no,
ask
no.
me. Don't I have to, like, I don't know, sign a release or something? Probably not. Though, is this gonna cause a bunch of Q followers to see my face and channel and seek me out? Hope not! Anyway, I digress. As one travels further and further down the YouTube rabbit hole, it's not just the ideology that evolves, but the delivery of messages changes as well. The tone and language employed become increasingly cruel and abusive.
And I know I made a video yesterday about why I make hateful content, but guess what? We're back with the fucking hateful content, bitches.
They're still 19 times more likely to commit suicide than the general population. You cannot find that kind of a demographic anywhere, but we're supposed to believe because they couldn't take a dump at the preferred bathroom at a Denny's. That's why you find them hanging from a noose in the basement.
You see, given the erroneous claims that reactionary rhetoric usually holds, these people cannot actually contend with the ideas they challenge without relying on abuse tactics. Instead, they frequently revert to making fun of their target.
Oh my god, same time, Rainia. I'm just like, I'm so viscerally upset by Calvin Guerra's face.
Its bodies.
People who are transphobic do not subscribe to trans people on YouTube. Similarly,
back when Blair was way, way overdoing her voice.
People who are snaggletooth phobic don't subscribe to you.
Anyway, this week I changed my gender and went to Planet Fitness.
They mock their style and expression.
Hi, this is Ashley, your favorite trans woman.
I need feminism because I get catcalled for wearing a skirt too. My friend Mars wrote, pretty sure they're confusing getting made fun of with being catcalled. I love you, Mars.
And yes, I do think that you're...
I fucking hate Ariel so much. God. There's nothing left in me that can just pretend to take her seriously anymore. Oh, which means that the content about her is, I guess, gonna get, I'm not gonna be able to do, I don't think if I make content about Ariel again that I'm gonna be able to do what I did before, which is spend like 20 minutes pretending to take her seriously and then breaking down in the last 10 minutes and pointing out how fucking stupid the things that she says are. It would just be all hate, which I guess is useful in some ways, but it's certainly not going to reach anybody. It's a struggle. It's a struggle, chat. What is the goal? Is the goal to move people on their positions, or is the goal to satisfy a desire for catharsis, you know? Because you can't really do both. It's really difficult to do both, because people will see your catharsis content and they will not take your persuasive content as seriously, you know? That's why I tend to always try to be constructive to some degree. Yeah, I guess, old woman Josiah. But it is tough. Like, people will be like... I mean, people will use whatever against you, though. You know, you have to do is just kind of, like, strike a balance that keeps you sane, keeps the content going, makes you happy, and then people are going to criticize everything you do no matter what you do it. You're not going to be doing... To some people, you're going to be doing too many segments, giving the benefit of the doubt to people that are shitty, and the other half are going to think, oh, you're too brash, of course no one listens to you, tone policing type commentary, you know? Yeah, some of these guys put so much effort into their cosplay that it's kind of sus. Like, you're suspiciously good at that, my man. True. Vicariously I live while the whole world dies. You know we want carnage. Thanks, Mickey.
You're fake trans. If you have to bedazzle boy on your forehead and put a rainbow cock on your...
Is that Milo? When they were like 17? It bothers me so much that people made content about them when they were 17. Yeah, look at their little dimple chin. That's definitely Milo. They were just such a pure soul. Not that they're not pure now, but they definitely were
cheek.
Then.
Pretty sure you're doing it for attention.
They hurl general insults.
I comment.
Dizzy, you are tragically ace. You are so violently ace. Oh my gosh.
Did on this one said, stop tagging me and shit. You're annoying and act like an 11-year-old.
Most of the people who complain about this kind of thing are the worst people. The most undateable, cringy, miserable individuals. Just...
Oh, hey, I know who all three of these people are. I guess I shouldn't blow up their spots, but this is Riley Dennis. This is Chase Ross, who I used to be a big fan of, but it turns out that he's kind of an abusive piece of shit. And this is Zinnia Jones, who I am personally acquainted with. I don't know Riley, and I've never talked... Well, Chase has responded to a tweet of mine before. But that was a long time ago. Anyway...
Just very tacky.
Entitled, smug, little shits.
They purposefully misgender folks, and some people have even actively tried to trigger my dysphoria. Such a weird way to spend your free time. These channels also often like to find one unique individual or circumstance and try to paint it as representing an entire group of people. And sometimes, instead of...
So Doryfish, I guess, hold on, let's swap back for just a quick minute. I used to follow Chase Ross. He's a trans man who, I guess, like, one of the main things you could say he does is, like, sexual health videos and, like, reviewing sexual health products. So, like, stand to pee products, like, that enable trans men to use the urinal, and it looks like a penis, so you can use it at the urinal without anybody looking at you like you shouldn't be there, or whatever. Like, products that you can use for sexual penetration that look like a realistic penis, etc. And he had a podcast with his friend Aaron and Sweeney, and Aaron ended up coming out primarily on Twitter with accusations that Chase had been financially abusive was one of the main accusations, and like interpersonally abusive. If you watch Aaron and Sweeney's video about his top surgery recovery and his description of the people who were taking care of him when he was recovering from top surgery, he went with Chase. Chase was his caregiver. So keep in mind, if you watch that video, that the person he's describing is Chase Ross. So basically, you know, to some extent, it's a little bit of like a he said situation, but Chase's behavior after the accusations came out and like looping in a friend to accuse Aaron of being off his meds, and that's why he was making this accusation. Like Chase Ross has been diagnosed with borderline, but Aaron managed to, you know, come out with this accusation without making it about how Chase is like mentally unstable or whatever, but Chase and his friend Michael managed to make it about, like, accused Aaron of being off his meds, you know, or like because of his autism, like, oh, you think you were being abused but you really weren't, kind of shit. Like, it was very fucked up, and it kind of ruined, to an extent, it kind of ruined Aaron's career as a trans YouTuber, because like Chase Ross has like all of these pre-existing relationships with all these companies, and one of the things that happened was that Aaron had managed to get sent a very expensive prosthetic to review. Like, he got it sent to him for free to review the way that Chase Ross often does, and he was going to review it on the You're So Brave podcast that they did together, but Chase's jealous behavior, like, basically prevented Aaron from being able to pursue it, and they paused the podcast, and Aaron felt really bad because he wasn't able to follow through on that. So like the first major opportunity he had to prove to a company that he could follow through, you know, he was basically sabotaged. And yeah, he has EDS and some kind of like tachycardia syndrome. Like, he has very severe EDS as far as descriptions of EDS that I see. You know, he's like ambulatory wheelchair user. So, you know, it's pretty serious to be not given enough support. He wasn't diagnosed with EDS yet when he had top surgery, but yeah, it's really uncomfortable. And he tried to like get Aaron to dump his girlfriend by like saying that she was abusive, while like meanwhile they're still in a healthy relationship like years later. Yeah, it was a very uncool situation, and it sucked for me because I didn't know anyone who was a fan of either of them at the time, so I didn't have anyone to talk to. But like that was my major, like, I really looked up to Chase, and like this is one of those reasons why like people like you can't accuse me of like, I mean, you can, but my biases don't dictate my decisions, you know. Like, I still maintain my friendship with Chariot because I think that she's a good and trustworthy person. I really, really looked up to Chase Ross, and I was willing to accept, based only on someone's word, basically, you know, obviously I was able to watch everyone's behavior kind of as this situation unfolded, but based on Aaron's word, I was like, oh, I have to, like, process and let go of this, like, person I've really looked up to and who has had an influence on me and what kind of content I want to create and stuff, and, like, helped me process and accept myself as being trans. Like, that's very shitty. Like, the main trans male, like, he calls himself a squiggle, but not non-binary, but a squiggle, but like 80% trans male and 20% a squiggle. Like, so this representation of a very feminine trans guy with a little bit of squiggle really, like, helped me feel better about myself, and I had to accept that he was an abuser, you know? And God fucking bless Aaron and Sweeney, because I got diagnosed with BPD later, and if he had made it about how Chase Ross had borderline and was abusive because of that for some reason, like, I probably would have had a much harder time accepting that about myself. But no such narrative was built up around it, and I was mostly able to avoid any negative stigma for myself about having it. But it was not a good time. It was very unfortunate, and I feel really bad for Aaron. Wasn't there also a scandal involving the binder giveaway too? It kind of killed the whole YouTubers giving away binders thing that a lot of trans mask YouTubers used to do, and that really sucked. I don't remember that part. There was a lot of shit going on about the giveaways too that I don't remember all the details of. Yeah, I've been diagnosed with BPD, ADHD, PTSD, and more or less diagnosed with fibromyalgia. So that's what I'm working with. Anyhow, we're about to get back to the content. Before we do, remember to like the stream. Feel free to subscribe, double check your notification settings, both for my channel and for YouTube in general. If you turn on notifications for my channel but don't turn them on for YouTube in general, you cannot get notifications from my channel. And this is my first full month trying to do this as my job. It's also my birthday month, so I would very much appreciate it if you'd be willing to send me a one-time donation through Streamlabs. You could super chat if you want, but YouTube takes a lot of it, so you're going to be paying a lot of money to Google. A lot of comorbidity between BPD and CPTSD. Yeah, Timerinia. The reason for that is that borderline is believed to be basically initiated by trauma in many cases. Like, there are two primary components to the development of BPD. One of them being, like, just a natural sensitivity, a natural emotional sensitivity, and the other part being, like, an invalidating or traumatic environment. So that's, I imagine, why there's a lot of comorbidity, is because, like, traumatic situations can incur BPD symptoms, you know?
Actually critiquing the videos or people they're replying to, they just laugh at them.
And then this one. Shut the fuck up. I can't right now.
Just laughter with no actual rebuttals or criticism. On top of all the ad hominems and misleading spin, these channels also consistently use fear as a primary motivator.
It's now okay for a man to hit a woman. That, in effect, is what a mixed martial arts league decided when it allowed Fallon Fox, a biological male, to fight as a woman simply because he identifies as one.
You're a bigot if you disagree. Not only are you a bigot, if you bring up your children to disagree, the left will sick the authoritarian regime on you. I mean, this is the way this is going to go over the next few years.
I think transitioning children is child abuse, right?
The effect is that a generation of kids...
We've already talked about that quite a bit recently, right? We don't need to rehash why that's a stupid thing to say, right? We don't need to get stun locked on that.
Soon to be multiple generations have been plunged into mass psychosis. We are not merely validating mental illness, but creating it.
Convincing viewers that they are under legitimate threat from opposing ideology.
I really have I feel like I've heard about Matt Walsh, but thank God I haven't, like, internalized any information about him, you know what I mean? Doryfish says, I've also heard that in a lot of cases, AFAB people who are diagnosed with BPD actually have autism and are misdiagnosed. Well, BPD is a behavioral cluster. It's a syndrome behavioral cluster. So, really, like, the underlying cause of your BPD could be autism, right? Or the underlying cause of your BPD could be complex trauma. But BPD is something that you do therapy for to address dysregulatory behaviors. And then once you are using those skills over time to, like, gradually eliminate certain problem behaviors, then you can diagnostically drop below the criteria, like, requirement. So technically borderline is something you can cure because it's not like a condition about your brain. It's a behavioral symptom cluster. Does that make sense? Oh, he doesn't sound great. Doesn't sound like a fun person to know.
Ideologies. Meanwhile, the same system, the algorithm that led viewers to radicalization, also exposes them to content creators who represent the worldviews they're afraid of, and who they've learned are deserving of ridicule. Just watch Blair White's I'm Trans for Attention video? Up next, here are some folks unironically talking about their non-binary identity. Enjoy, be nice. However, because these viewers have been led to trans content only after being exposed to it through fear-mongering reactionaries, they do not end up engaging with it to understand, but instead to destroy.
Screw you, you f***ing non-binary snowflake. What?
Oh, it's such a broken system.
That part was ad-libbed, and I love it.
2019, YouTube put out an official statement acknowledging issues with the algorithm and announcing that appropriate changes would be made. CEO Susan Wojcicki even felt compelled to address the potential problems with YouTube's video recommendations when they noticed that millions of hours of COVID is a hoax content was being uploaded and consumed on the platform. Although some things started to get better after the 2019 algorithm
That poor guy looked so lonely.
tweaks, the damage had already been done. Also, let's be real, audience aggregation is still far from perfect today. So what does this mean for trans channels? Well, we can pretty clearly see that for years, and probably still to some degree presently, algorithmically, YouTube was working to bring trans creators, various groups of passionate transphobes, and fearful radicalized audiences all together.
Yeah, Timerinia, I really like how they're managing to add a lot of humor into their video despite the serious content. Ash is a master at this. Like, Ash is so good at this. It's been such a long time since they made a video, but this video is so fucking good.
Not a good experience for the trans person in that scenario. For me, this manifested in high levels of attention from several extreme groups. But for the sake of brevity, I'll just focus on one. TERFs.
Bom, bom, bom.
Quick historical context. TERF, for those unfamiliar, stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. Radical feminism originally arose as an offshoot of second-wave feminism in the 1970s, and focused on the oppression of women in a broader social context. Radical feminists believed that personal choices and individual achievements were not enough to transform society.
Yeah, let's put a video link in the chat. There we go. And wait, hold on. Where am I? That's not the right one. Although that might be where the thing that is that I want. Yes, I want this over here. And put this back. And put this over here. The link to the video that we're watching. Okay, go away now. Good stuff. Yes, please, when we are done, take the time to watch Ash's video without my stupid-ass commentary over it, okay? Ash deserves your views. Make sure you like Ash's video while you're there. Like the stream and like Ash's video if you go watch it, please. Thank you very much.
Instead, they desired more large-scale, radical changes in the political, economic, and social constructions built by the patriarchy. A useful analogy for understanding this might be, rad femmes saw patriarchal society like the Titanic, with cis men in the top high-paying quarters and all other genders in the below decks. But when the boat starts to sink, we all sink together, no matter what gender.
Yeah, and again, if you have questions about basically anything LGBT, Ash has probably covered it at least briefly. True.
No matter what's on your ticket, no matter what room you're staying in. And we can't fix it by just bailing out our own single pails of water. Rather, we all have to work together to build an entirely new boat. Or we die. Sounds reasonable, right? Yeah, radical feminism can actually be really cool in a lot of ways. The problem arose when TERFs took that general ideology, ran with it, and concluded that women are exclusively oppressed due to reproductive capability. And thus, the definition of woman should strictly be adult human female. TERFs also deviate from their political contemporaries in a few other ways, but we don't really have time for that. However, what TERFs are probably most known for today is their harmful and incorrect view that trans women are not women. I wanted to take the time to explain that.
False. I know you can't see it very well with the bar in the way, but it says false. They are women.
Explain that because I want folks to understand that not all radical feminists are TERFs, but those who are exclude trans people from their feminism by invalidating their gender identities and advocating against rights and protections for trans people. This can include making it harder for trans folks to access care or gatekeeping trans people from certain spaces, like the appropriate bathroom.
This has just been ramping up, by the way. Should we have, like, when we get the Discord up and running, should we have, like, an update place where we document all the new updates to the various anti-trans laws? And then whenever we stream, part of the stream that we do is, like, an update about all the different laws across the country. Keffels has been covered this extensively. The tiny details Ash puts in, it's true. Keffels has been covering the anti-trans bills. Okay, I don't want to step on Keffels' toes. I don't know Keffels very well, but I don't want to step on Keffels' toes if Keffels already doing that. But I don't know how much crossover in our audiences there are, you know? So maybe I wouldn't be cramping their style.
And while TERFs mostly seem to focus their energy on trans women, as I, a trans-masculine person, am making this video, that is obviously not always the case. TERFs are also a problem for AFAB trans people because...
Can I just also say, like, it's not, maybe this shot isn't, like, necessarily the best shot where you can see it, but Ash has such pretty eyes. Doesn't Ash have such pretty eyes? Is it just me? I feel like Ash's eyes are really, really pretty. Oh, Keffels has actually expressed frustration about being the only one covering it. Okay. Then yes, I would like to, when we get the Discord server, by the way, and like I already, my dad's in there, Nizzy's in there, so I've got a couple people who are going to help me set up the bots. If anybody in here knows very much about setting up bots, or like setting, like how to set up channels and stuff in a Discord server, I know how to do it. I just don't really want to take the time. I'm very busy doing other shit right now. Feel free to let me know and I'll pull you in there and we can like start communing about how to set the shit up in there, because holy fucking god, I keep like, it's really necessary for a streamer to have a Discord server. I need to be able to ping you guys, I need to be able to converse with you all, we need to be able to like work on documents together. We need to do call-in streams. When we get the Discord set up, the first stream that we do after the Discord is set up well enough is we're going to do a friendly call-in stream, because I know I've got like a couple streamer friends that I know who've wanted to come in and hang out and talk to me, and I'd love to be able to bring on listeners. Returned with food, Jess. Success, Jess. In many ways, pregnancy isn't so much of a women's issue as it is more linked to health and disability oppression. True. Not everyone can or will get pregnant. This is true of cis women as well as trans women. True.
Because they view us as women, refuse to acknowledge our genders, make up dehumanizing, gross, and uncomfortable excuses for why we apparently call ourselves trans, constantly infantilize us, and work to take away AFAB trans people's...
Yeah, you can just hit a like on YouTube. That's all you need to do on YouTube. Hit like on YouTube and then hang out on the chat. That's exactly correct.
Agencies over their own lives and bodies. Something decidedly not very feminist, by the way. What I think is most intriguing about TERFs, though, is that the majority of the feminism that they engage in mainly seems to work to discredit trans people. Like, their feminism doesn't really appear to exist unless it's at the expense or exclusion of trans folks. Interesting, right? While I receive backlash from many TERFs, I am not super into the idea of platforming a ton of their voices. So instead, this brings me to one of the few TERFs I would like to specifically discuss. Magdalene Burns. Magdalene started her YouTube channel in 2016, and she published her video about me.
Hold on, what did that say?
The idea of platforming a ton of their voices. So instead, this brings me to one of the few TERFs I would like to specifically discuss. Magdalene.
Okay. Okay. Monotoned, boring, transphobic, and ugly, ignorant words. This is Magdalene's own branding, not me calling her these things. Interesting.
Burns. Magdalene started her YouTube channel in 2016, and she published her video about me in 2018, all well before YouTube started to fix its algorithm. The video was a response to my video titled, I asked my corporate job if I could wear the men's uniform. That video was about exactly what it sounds like. At the time, I was a flight attendant for a major airline, and after completing top surgery, I asked if I could wear the male uniform, as that style of expression more closely aligned with my gender identity. Since I know that conversations like this can feel very scary for many trans folks to have with employers, I thought that sharing my experience could be potentially empowering or useful for anyone in a similar situation. So I sent human resources an email disclosing my trans identity and asking if I could wear the clothes that would make me most comfortable. If you ever need or want to send an email like this, I'll kind of share.
Oh, I see where the fatal mistake was made. I couldn't understand something that was about to happen. I don't know. I didn't think Magdalene Burns was dead.
Share what I wrote so you could maybe use it as a rough template.
Hold
Moral
on.
of the story.
So, real quick, I just want to review this again because this is going to come into play in a second.
Sources an email disclosing my trans identity and asking if I could wear the clothes that would make me most comfortable.
I disclosed my trans identity and asked if I could wear the clothes that would make me most comfortable. Did she die? Really? Hold on. We have to Google that. We have to look that up. She did. Really? Died 13 September 2019, aged 36. Wow. In April 2017, Burns informed her YouTube subscribers that she'd been diagnosed with a brain tumor that was affecting her left frontal lobe, which she later clarified to be centered in her left parietal lobe. In July, she announced that she had an astrocytoma that could not be completely removed surgically. She was diagnosed with glioblastoma in October 2018. She died from glioblastoma on 13 September 2019, aged 36, in Edinburgh. Wow. Well, I mean, I can't say that I feel that that's a huge loss for the world. It's unfortunate that she didn't have time to come around, is mainly the way that I feel about that. I mainly feel that it's sad that she didn't have time to not die a hateful person. Damn.
If you ever need or want to send an email like this, I'll kind of share what I wrote so you could maybe use it as a rough template. Moral of the story, asking for what you want can be scary, but it can also be totally worth it, and sometimes people will surprise you by how open and chill they are. I know I'm excited for real Ash to finally show up to work. In Magdalene's response, she critiqued me for not standing up to my workplace more than I did. She asserted that the company even having different uniforms for different genders in the first place was sexist, and that was the big issue at hand. She stated that by me moving from one uniform to another rather than challenging the greater policy, my actions were complicit in that sexism. And she expressed worry for my female coworkers who might have also been struggling with the same dress code. Thoughtful points, right? Like, she's not totally wrong. I stand by my choice to vacate the uniform gender category that was triggering my dysphoria, but like, why the categories though? Do we really need them? And do they gotta be based on gender? That seems weird. Don't get me wrong, I knew that our uniforms were dated and not great. I didn't love them. I just figured if the uniforms really were that bad, then some of the women in that group of 20,000 would be speaking up. That's a bold assumption though. After all, I toughed out the female uniform for a while. I wasn't even female. Perhaps other people were doing the same thing, despite feeling uncomfortable. Magdalene's video truly inspired me to think critically about all the gender dress codes that society has normalized for us. And that is exactly how radical content reels well-intended viewers in. It manipulates concerns about legitimate issues into excuses for scapegoating and villainizing marginalized groups. Magdalen's worry for my coworkers was a guise. You see, in addition to exploring the sexist nature of gender-segregated uniforms, her video also says I'm pathetic multiple times.
We get that you didn't want to rock the boat. It's fucking pathetic.
Calls me an ass kisser more than once.
Yeah, Ash, I think at this stage we've all established that you're an ass kisser. I don't think that's in doubt. Ass kisser, ass kisser.
As well as saying several other unkind things about me.
This is an activist. Fuck off.
States that my true and secret motivation for switching uniforms is to gain access to physically comfier clothing.
But why do you have to disclose a trans identity just to wear comfortable clothes? She's describing a very normal desire to want to wear comfortable clothes, as if...
Okay, so this makes me want to reopen that tab and learn what does the left parietal lobe do in the brain? I shouldn't waste my time doing that, but because the critical misunderstanding that happened, Magdalen's opposition, at least in the clips that we see in this video, is predicated on misunderstanding Ash's use of the term comfortable. The reason that I pointed that out, the reason that I wanted to highlight it, is because I knew we were going to come to this point. Ash says, I disclosed that I was trans so that I could wear the clothes that were more comfortable for me. Magdalen heard, I wanted to wear less physically restrictive clothing. I wanted to wear clothing that was looser and more physically comfortable. Magdalen failed to understand that Ash was describing emotional dysphoria-related comfort, you know? It's just so... she's dead, so I guess it doesn't really matter how shitty I am. But I'm like, what does the left parietal lobe do? Like, was her tumor preventing her from understanding the difference between these concepts? You know? Functions of the parietal lobe. 2-point discrimination through touch alone and without sensory input, such as visual. Graphesthesia, recognizing writing on skin by touch alone. And touch localization, bilateral simultaneous stimulation. So maybe this part of the brain has to do with spatial awareness and not language so much. So maybe it wasn't the tumor's fault that she couldn't understand. Dead turfs can't make videos attacking you. You can be as mean as you want. Well, other people can other people can characterize me as conducting actions in poor taste, and I don't want that either.
It's like some sort of kink. It's really weird. Like, why isn't she challenging the fact that she's not allowed to wear comfortable clothes? Why does she have to get top surgery?
Asserts that I'm not trans, but rather I'm just a woman claiming to be trans.
You had to go and fucking set up top surgery, and you had to go through these hoops pretending that you're transgender when the entire world knows that you're not. The entire world knows that you're not.
Claims that I calculatedly took the easy way out of a sexist policy and selfishly left.
Oh, yeah. Let me just drop $10,000 on surgery that I have to travel from Minnesota to Florida for and radically change my body and deal with an extremely intense recovery and then permanently have a different body so that I could wear a different uniform at work. That is a person with a fucking brain tumor. That is something that only a person with a brain tumor could say.
Left my female coworkers behind.
You still work for a sexist company with a sexist policy. You haven't changed shit. That's the difference between challenging actual sexism and being a pathetic trans activist. Pathetic trans activist. When you're a pathetic trans activist, you get thanks by your employers. When you're actually challenging the status quo, you don't. She hasn't even dared to show up in a suit yet. That's how pathetic she is. Grow a spine.
And finally, she strawmans the entire message of my video, as well as my views on gendered clothing. This is demonstrated by the description of her video, which reads, Ash Hardell seems to think that women should have to identify as trans in order to have the right to wear comfortable clothes at work. Yes, Megs, that is exactly how I think and feel.
I'm done. I've had enough now.
Remember the abuse tactics discussed earlier? They certainly make an appeal.
Broke, become trans to invade bathrooms. Woke, become trans to wear more comfortable clothes. True. This honestly comes across like projection whenever a cis butch lesbian fusses at a trans AFAB. True. Start charity giving MRIs to TERFs. True.
Parents here, don't they?
That's how pathetic she is.
And all of this makes me wonder, why does Magdalene, acting in the interest of women, need to use my specific situation in order to point out the gender inequities in corporate uniforms? Well, maybe it's because she's not actually interested in the liberation of my coworkers, but more interested in discrediting non-binary identities and bullying a trans person off the platform. Rather than challenging the systems she claims to be upset at, maybe she views this as an opportunity to direct blame towards trans people, concern troll, and fearmonger. What she did wasn't even criticism. It was thinly veiled bigotry. But the problem is, when you disguise this kind of behavior as a progressive movement, it becomes particularly difficult to pick apart the reactionary elements from the very legitimate human ones. But clearly, there is very little substantial feminist action behind the cruelty and misinformation directed towards trans folks by people like Magdalene. Now, after getting the full picture, you might be thinking, okay, well, I'm sure folks saw through the facade and then wrote her off as a transphobe. No one took her seriously, right? Wrong. People like Magdalene are often positively received and have real influence. A quick look at the like-to-dislike ratio under her video reveals that a vast majority of viewers appreciated her message. Magdalene's work has also been viewed and publicly supported by powerful people like J.K. Rowling. In her infamous essay, Turf Wars, Rowling wrote,
Magdalene was an immensely brave young feminist and lesbian. I followed her because I wanted to contact her directly, which I succeeded in doing. Magdalene was a great believer in the importance of biological sex and didn't believe lesbians should be called bigots for not dating trans women with penises.
Fun fact, after I found that out, I had a panic dream that Magdalene and Rowling group DM'd me about what a disgrace I am to women. That was fun. Anyway, Meg's
This sounds terrifying. Sounds terrifying.
influence and positive reception probably has something to do with the fact that deep down, she makes some good points about sexism. Some feminists may feel that by rejecting the blatant transphobia in Magdalene's video, they are also rejecting the critique of sexist oppression. That is not the case, though. It is not as simple or as mutually exclusive as that. Sexism is real and it's a problem. Also, Magdalene's video is transphobic. Both things can be true. The existence of trans people does not perpetuate sexism. Anyway, this kind of reactionary content camouflaged as a progressive movement is not uncommon, and it's much bigger than just some people making hateful YouTube videos. It can also be found in widely distributed books. Excuse the midsection set change. I decided I had to take a break and switch scenery. So I'm pulling a contra and taking a warm, steamy milk bath. Except all I have is almond milk. If my camera falls, I'm fucked. I promise I'm sitting in water. You just can't see it. And check this out. Glitter nipples. Glitter scars. Beer bath. Totally normal thing. This one's not bedazzled. This was truly
Totally
a spontaneous
normal.
set change break. Anyway. This is garbage. Sorry. This is Irreversible Damage, the transgender craze seducing our daughters by Abigail Schreier. Yes, I spent money on it, but I had to though because I really needed to read the whole thing if I was gonna thoroughly critique it. Also, my plans are to vandalize it and then drop lift it back at the Barnes & Noble in which I purchased it. Be gay, do crime. Not really crime though, just kind of a strange prank. Anyway, according to its own summary, this book digs deep into the trans epidemic, talking to the girls, their agonized parents, and the counselors and doctors who enable gender transition, as well as to detransitioners, girls who bitterly regret what they've done to themselves. Schreier offers urgently needed advice about how parents can protect their daughters. A generation of girls at risk for holes in their uteri. This cover art is my gender. This essential book will help you understand what the trans
They put the book on top of their head.
craze is and how you can inoculate your child against it. So I, sadly, read the whole thing, and the super TLDR is, because we live in a sexist society where it's hard to be a girl, young women are opting out of womanhood by just deciding to be trans. It also says things like, gender affirmative care is bad because being trans will almost certainly ruin your life, most people regret it. Also, influencers are trans mostly for attention and power. Also, YouTube will probably turn you trans, and being trans is the trendiest social contagion of the 21st century. Do it now.
You are
Irreversible
trans
Damage was
now.
published in the summer of 2020. And even though this was after I actually started to heal from all the transphobia thrown my way, this book is the perfect encapsulation of everything that fucked me up. And for that reason, it will be examined in almost every section of this series. Because it's just that bad. Now, if asked directly, my hunch is that Schreier would say she's not a TERF. Allegedly, she's not exclusionary of all trans people. After all, her book clearly states that while she's concerned about trans teens, she has no problem with trans adults. Schreier writes,
I take it for granted that teenagers are not adults. For the sake of clarity and honesty, I refer to
It's Maggie Mae Fish.
biologically female teens caught up in this transgender craze as she and her. Transgender adults are a different matter. I refer to them by the names and pronouns they prefer, wherever I can do so without causing confusion.
Whew, thank goodness. That means when we get to the portion on me, an adult, I won't be misgendered. Good. I was kind of worried.
I kind of saw her, like, losing her mind a little bit on Twitter recently, but I am hoping that she's not the kind of scold reactionary that I worry many people have the ability to become.
Right. Okay. Here we are.
Ash isn't her.
Okay, it was you, Gayfesh. I couldn't remember who it was. I was like, was it Zan? I was like, it's not Zan. Was it Zan? Yeah. That's unfortunate. Like, she is, a creator whose work I've appreciated before. I can't remember what it was about. Ah, yes. Yeah. I understand, Gayfesh. I totally get it. It's rather unfortunate. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Her late 20s.
Oh yeah, there's Chase Ross being mentioned right up top there.
She identifies as non-binary or genderqueer, meaning neither male nor female. Her pronouns are they, them. Her pronouns are they, them.
And Schreier goes on to refer to me as she for the entirety of the section. This is a clear indicator of how Schreier's proclaimed respect for trans adults is disingenuous. She acknowledges my age, she acknowledges my pronouns, and still she misgenders me. Her pronouns are they, them. What a sentence. Pulitzer Prize! For someone who holds
True, Pulitzer Prize winning.
degrees from Yale, Columbia, and Oxford, I have a hard time believing that the irony and blatant disrespect in that sentence is lost on Schreier. She knows what she's doing. Her pronouns are they, them is meant to deliberately undermine my gender and model for her readers that this kind of behavior is acceptable. And just in case you're thinking, oh well, what if she worries that they, them pronouns could be confusing for cis readers? That doesn't necessarily mean she disrespects your identity.
We watch her tell her mother for the first time that she's trans.
Then why the heavy quotations? Trans. Also,
what Ash wants to be, or thinks she is something in between.
Wants to be, thinks she is, something in between. Okay, well maybe Schreier just can't get behind non-binary identities. If I were a binary trans adult, perhaps she would respect my transness.
Because she's so chatty and adorable and looks like a very young girl, Ash manages to make trans look wholesome.
Make trans look wholesome. Speaking of trans in heavy quotes, trans.
I'm gonna barf in my mouth.
Manages to make trans look wholesome? That's something one must manage? Because what? It's so inherently impure? In order to hide the deviant nature of transness, one must apparently go to great, chatty, and adorable lengths. One must manage it. And I'm glad I could be that person for the trans community. You're welcome.
Thank you,
Also,
Ash.
is that like a compliment or an insult? The manipulation in Schreier is strong. She's like the mean popular friend in a movie who turns out isn't really a friend. If that's not enough for you, Schreier also misgenders several binary trans adults. She calls Caitlyn Jenner Caitlyn, and she says so many other gross things, fam, and while I really want to spill them all now, I can't. I have to wait, so...
Don't worry, we'll come back to this in later parts.
Now, I don't understand how, but if you are still not convinced that Schreier's work is reminiscent of TERF sentiments, consider that the front of her book features an endorsement from Ray Blanchard. As if that's a fucking good thing. It's not. Blanchard is best known for his academic research on autogynephilia.
Understatement. It's not a good thing.
Which goes to his famous hypothesis that all trans women are either 1. Gay men who are too afraid to be openly gay so they transition, or 2. Men who feel sexually aroused by the thought of becoming a woman. So they transition to get their rocks off? I hope I don't have to explain why his ideas are bad. So if by this point you still believe that Abigail Schreier respects trans people, then I am...
The internet is such a stupid and terrible place, though, because, like, if you dismiss something that's, just so clearly stupid, like trans women primarily, like, the idea that trans women primarily transition because they're sexually gratified by the idea of being a woman is, like, you know, it seems like you shouldn't have to go into it. Sometimes you don't want to treat them with the legitimacy of going into it, but people will be like, oh, well, you can't just dismiss their argument when, like, you're not thorough enough. I'm like, please kill me.
I'm resigned to say your ignorance is willful. Much like Magdalene, Schreier's concern for girls does not come without undermining my identity.
No, Blanchard is not dead. Blanchard is alive and well and on Twitter.
Coding transness as deviant, later making fun of my body, and more stuff we'll get into in the future. All that on top of openly acknowledging at the start of the book that she knows better, and lying that she's going to do differently. You set yourself up for that one, girl. I cannot help you. You walked right into your own trap. If Schreier is truly worried about young people, why waste time with these unkind distractors? One can only conclude that this book is not about genuine concern, but rather an excuse to dunk on trans people and blame them for contributing to female oppression. Moral of the story, for many radical ideologies like turfism, concern and intellectualism act as smoke and mirrors for bigotry. These illusions are dangerous because they can be effectively distracting and persuasive. I, for one, internalized a lot of these sentiments because, I don't know, they were like thoughtful, published bigotry? They felt harder to dismiss than chud content and troll comments on YouTube anyway. However, these masks of progressivism are just that. Masks. The truth is, trans people are not a threat to women. We would both benefit from dismantling oppressive patriarchal systems. So we are allies, not enemies of each other. Still, these were the early seedlings that would later grow into my gaslit view that I was confused, regressive, and dangerous. Theme 2, Anonymity. Do you like my Thembo shirt? I do.
Yes.
It's cozy. My next beverage is called Fashion Mullet. Anonymity is another major player in flavoring the experience of digital harassment. This next section frequently goes hand in hand with radicalization and extremists, because anonymity makes attackers feel protected and thus empowered to speak viciously and unfiltered when addressing their targets. Speaking of unfiltered, if you are sensitive to abusive swears and slurs, I would skip to... Because the social rules of real life don't exist online, this puts trans creators in front of the cruelest vitriol. Anyone can make a secret anime profile pic account on Kiwi Farms, lolcow, 4chan, Reddit, Twitter, YouTube, etc., and feel safe posting their most bigoted hot takes. Not to brag, but the Ash Hardell Kiwi Farms recently hit 35,000 views, so... Ooh, that description though. Special snowflake YouTuber, non-binary edgelord, non-dysphoric trans feminist. And we can't forget the tags. Believes in 100 genders. Cancer. New level of autism. Ooh, it's the blatant ableism for me. Also, I thought we established earlier in this video that I'm not a feminist, so... What? My lolcow thread is pretty good too, though. It's where I learned that I was punchable. So punchable. The most punchable YouTube personality I've ever seen. There are so many people I have to thank for this award. Now, it's worth noting that Anons are not restricted to...
It's true. Like, the description of the Kiwi Farms page described them as an edgelord, but that was, like, such a shitposty way to respond.
The most punchable YouTube personality I've ever seen. There are so many people I have to thank for this award. Now, it's worth noting that Anons are not restricted to textual abuse. Some have their very own video-producing YouTube channels. For instance, when anti-SJW content was all the rage, and a bunch of folks hid behind avatars, usually, like, anthropomorphic creatures. Back then, I was regularly on the receiving end of hostility. And because I'm a masochist, here is a quick montage of some cartoons being mean to me. That's my life. It's so weird. I can't wait until I don't have to worry about this showing. It'll just be like that. Oh, that's so cool! One day.
What purpose is that for?
The fuck you think about the children, man? Girl, whatever the fuck you are.
This video is going to be a discussion with a friend interspliced with a beer and a chat.
And this video is going to be me explaining why you're wrong, interspliced with more of me explaining why you're wrong.
There are lots of ways to not be cis.
Yeah, you just have to have a huge craving for attention.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call an attention whore.
You like being a special snowflake.
I don't know if anyone's ever sat you down to tell you this, but...
Why do people think this? Do people think that it's fun? Like, we happen to be a group of people who are very good at finding positives in shitty situations, and, like, we just happen to be very, like, just kind and positive people, right? But, like, it's not fun having people tell you that you're a faker and having no one in your actual life take you seriously, you know? These people are very low effort and boring as a YouTube rant zone of myself.
But you're not a genderqueer, dogkin, non-binary carrot. You're a female.
This bitch, right, she's a person that just uses the, I'm a lesbian card, you know, love me, I'm a lesbian, yeah, love me, woo, I'm unique and different. Shut up!
I haven't done a video on Ash Hardell in so long, her fucking name has changed. Seriously, she got married to a girl with ultra low standards and so changed her name.
When somebody with that much social influence goes out of their way to talk about just how dumb they think you are, it's scary.
Ooh, it's skirties. Do me a favor, grow some balls.
If you want to go over to their channel and express why you disagree with their views, that's fine, but please remain respectful and constructive.
Look, I'm not gonna take the time in every video to go, hey Charles, please don't go be assholes and this person.
It's so quick and easy. It takes no time at all. If for no other reason, you do it to cover your ass. If for no other reason, you can say, I explicitly tell my audience not to go over there.
Comment section.
Anyone can fucking make a response video to you and curse if they want to.
Well, that's all the Ashley Hardell I can take for today. Now, if you excuse me, I'm gonna go drink bleach and blow my
Okay, so I know that 2016, 2017 was basically like internet centuries ago, but during this era when the anti-SJW genre was in its heyday, this was another radical group that aggressively latched on to me. It is wild how emboldened anonymity can make some people feel. I had this one illustration of a dragon who felt so passionate about criticizing me that he made 18 contemptuous Ash Hardell themed videos. They were even neatly organized in this quaint playlist for your viewing convenience. How nice. And in true Aquarius fashion, like a little robot gathering intel, I cannot help but be morbidly curious about the folks who dislike me, and so I checked things out and did some math. All of this dragon's videos about me add up to 5 hours and 54 minutes of anti-Ash content. Ooh. In case you didn't know, that's a lot. That is lengthier than the longest Lord of the Rings film. Smaug obviously felt very strongly about my existence and was not afraid to speak his mind. Or at least, I thought so, until his anonymity was softly threatened. You see, years ago, MTV actually approached me about a new show they were producing. It was about introducing internet trolls to their trollees. They asked if I had any trolls, and since I always felt pretty weirded out by Charizard's extensive coverage of me, I directed MTV to his channel. I really thought he might say yes. After all, it would be a chance to explain to a much wider audience about the ways in which Ash is very bad. But because production would have required him to reveal his face, he declined. Now, I respected
Me too, Jess. I don't want to, take too much credit, but there was a question at one point of whether that joke should be in the script, and I was very firmly on the side that it should be.
Spyro's refusal. But it made it clear to me that my troll derived most of his power from his mask. And quick confession before we move on. So, the dragon depicted in this video is actually just a visual likeness that I commissioned. I did this and blacked out the person's name in screenshots because I'd like to give him an out if he wants. If Toothless ever decides to change and delete the hateful videos he made about me and everyone else he made videos about, I would appreciate that. He's also a smaller channel than I am. If in the future Thordak decides to move in a more loving and accepting direction, as well as exercise much better platform responsibility, then I don't want this video following Mushu around forever. Also, please, if you do happen to stumble across this person's channel, do not be unkind or cruel. Do not harass him. After all, that would be hecka hypocritical, right? A big bad, a no-no, do not do. Anyway, beyond emboldening folks, it's also important to consider that anonymity makes it much harder to hold attackers accountable for more serious actions like hate speech, threats of violence, and doxing.
And don't even get me started on that hate speech bullshit. You've cried wolf so many times.
I think Smaug was the very first thing that Ash called the dragon.
That people are just praying for that fucking wolf to show up. So why don't you take your hate speech and shove it up your ass?
Without the fear of consequences looming over them, these actions become more and more frequent. When we think about trans people specifically, we need to remember just how dangerous doxing can be. It can reveal dead names, out-closeted, or stealth people, and it can make trans folks vulnerable to violence or disownment in their real lives. While my most sensitive information has never been successfully leaked online, someone did once, with the help of their followers, discover and non-consensually share my private day job. 500,000 people learned that secret, and I was pretty worried about transphobes harassing my employer or getting me fired. I've already made a video about that though, it's old news. So to recap, radicalization and anonymity. Online, these things work to put trans creators in front of the worst people, unafraid to say the worst things. They also expose trans people to an impressive range of stylistic abuse. As you saw, some of the transphobia I endured had real intellectual, progressive, academic vibes.
As Ash Hardell is a subscriber to queer ideology, it hasn't occurred to her to unite with other female co-workers against this sexist policy.
And some...
Fucking hell, look at her face! She looks like an old lady picking up cat shit!
did not. Anyway, that was my early experience as an LGBT plus person on YouTube. A lot of mean folks saying mean stuff in 100 different mean ways. And honestly, while it didn't feel great, it was manageable. My first few years online, I maintained a pretty thick skin. I wrote TERFs and other radical groups off as ignorant, and I thought that cartoon anti-SJWs were just trollololololi. At that point, I was doing okay. I had no trauma symptoms, no tic disorder, no serious considerations of going back in the closet and socially detransitioning. So I was good. Then of course everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. I'm just kidding, but things did change when I went super viral. I hope all of you, I don't know, enjoyed that. Stay tuned for next time when my backlash makes its way to international newspapers and television programs.
I love this credits. I love the credits and the music that's in the credits. One more time. Feel free to take the time to watch the full video whenever you get around to it. Give Ash a like and support them, and subscribe if you're not already subscribed, so that when they do post their next video, you'll get notified. Maybe after a couple more parts have come out, they might be willing to do a little stream conversation with me. I don't know. I've never talked to them about it. And I did like message them a couple times while they were working on this video, to just be like, hey, how you doing? Hope you're doing okay. And they were too busy, and that's totally okay. So yeah, like Ash is, I think we consider each other friends. We're not like super close, but there's that camaraderie broadly. And sure would be cool to like have conversations with them. I wonder if maybe they'll have more time now that they're done. I think they were saying in the text overlay at the beginning of this video that they had been in grad school. Like when they filmed, they were like in grad school, and then they were like, oh, I just graduated.
A lot has changed. I left YouTube for
basically 700 internet years.
I confronted some unresolved trauma, and I got a TikTok. Can you tell? I'm so sparkly now. Lurk in the shadows and feel empowered watching the GNC folks.
Yeah, they were 29 when they filmed and then turned 30.
Don't worry, not to post or anything. I'm 29. I think that's against the rules. I just lurk in the shadows and feel empowered watching the GNC folks unapologetically be themselves. They're why I felt brave and glued flowers on my face today. So, the Trender Core is dedicated rules.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it right this second.
Well, let's just
thing at grad school. So.
Yeah, maybe I won't be able to find it, but in any case, I appreciate Ash. I have always thought that they're a very kind person, and I'm proud of them for working so hard on this script and for, being so brave. Just being so brave, And I really, really, really look forward to seeing what else they end up going with. Like, I can't remember how much of the script that I've seen, there's definitely parts of this that I recognize. I'm like, oh yeah, I definitely remember reading that part. But is Trendercore an actual thing? Asks I Question Existence from the YouTube chat. I don't actually know. I have no idea. Yes, Surus is a VTuber who I actually hear a lot about in the trans communities. It's very interesting. Ash does have a very good way with words. AJ Modal. That's true. Trendercore is a thing we've seen from Tumblr. Yikes. Yeah, so it's going to be really cool to see what else comes out of this. And yeah, I do hope that they're a lot less busy now. Yeah, well, I think hasn't Surus kind of always been a VTuber? Like, he's always had that really buxom avatar, Oh my god. Trendercore is like, it's all that shit we loved about Lisa Frank's school supplies as kids growing up, and it's obvious and loud and it's great. Oh, that sounds terrible. Yeah, I think it is the Thrall outfit from WoW. Cirrus. Oh, nope, what are you doing? Don't do that. Stop. Stop sucking so much. Why are you so stupid right now? Cirrus. You know? We're cool. As far as I know. We've never, like, talked. I do fear the Trendercore, it's true. Have fun out there. Have fun out there, Timerinia. See you next time. When Thrall went shaman, true. Okay, yeah, true. God, I've been missing WoW so much. I want to play it, but I think I'm gonna play it for a little while and then get really sad because it can't be what I want it to be. Good night, Mickey. Enjoy. Sleep well. I can't remember if I was ever on stream with Cirrus and Jimmy. Maybe we did a game night together once or twice. Cannot recall. You don't enjoy WoW anymore, Morningstar System? The main reason why I know that I'm not going to enjoy it as much as I used to is because my partner is just staunchly refusing to play it. Yeah, I played WoW, like, the last time I earnestly played was in Pandaria, right? And you mean after the Blizzard revelations, like them being a shit company and all that? Yeah. I mean, we had, like, specific game-related reasons for stopping playing. Like, both of the major times that we stopped playing, it was because of some stupid bullshit in the game, I think. But Pandaria was a really fun expansion. I just loved Wrath. I don't know if it's because you just always really loved the expansion that you started on, but I absolutely fucking loved Wrath of the Lich King. The story is what matters most to me, and I haven't been in love with it since Warlords, and the friends I played it with all split apart, so I went to do something else. That's fair. It's a really social experience. That's, like, I was thinking about that earlier. I was like, part of what I missed was, like, having a guild and stuff, and, like, it's a social experience, but maybe if I just... maybe I can accomplish what I need to get out of WoW if I just, like... I'm playing solo, I'm, like, leveling and doing, crafting and stuff, maybe, but, like, talking to you all, so maybe that would fulfill, like, the same kind of situation as if I was, like, talking in guild chat while doing my own thing, which is largely what I would do. That's the kind of stuff I did on WoW, was always just, like, fuck off by myself, and, like, you know, so I started in Wrath of the Lich King, and then I played through Cataclysm and Mist of Pandaria, and then, I got a mod. Like, I got an add-on that would tell me where all of the recipes were and, like, how to get them. So then I would be like, oh, I really want to be able to make these enchanted gems on my enchanting twink. Like, my level 54 fucking shaman or whatever, my twink shaman. PvP twink. That's why it's level 54. And then go to fucking Burning Crusade. Or no. It was that my main at max level had enchanting that I could then get the shit for my twink. So I would then take my main to Burning Crusade areas and go grind reputation. So then it's like, oh, I'm already here grinding reputation for this place. I'm in Terracar Forest anyway. I might as well grind up reputation to get these really cool Drake mounts down in the Netherstorm region while I'm fucking here. That's the kind of shit that I get up to when I'm playing WoW. But it's, part of that, I'm sure, part of that was like Deegan had twinks. My partner had twinks. So I would be like, oh, wouldn't it be nice if I could get these gems? Get the enchants. I know. Ooh. Terracar Forest, I think was how that zone was spelled. Well, that's fine, Alora. Like, I don't know if my partner has ever looked into Final Fantasy. Like, I keep telling him, like, I'm missing WoW, and he's like, play SWTOR. And I'm like, I actively don't like Star Wars. What we need is something... We're not stun-locked. We're done with the video. We don't have anything else planned for today. Yeah, I was thinking of Terracar Forest in Burning Crusade. That's where I was mentally. And Netherstorm, I think, is another zone there. I could try the free trial of Final Fantasy. That's true. It's been a long time since I played anything about Final Fantasy, too. And the thing about SWTOR 2 is that it forces you to engage with the lore and the narrative, right? Like, I really didn't feel the last time I played it like there was an option for me to just ignore all the dialogue. Whereas in WoW, it's like, oh, here's a page, and you can just click accept quest. And then if you have add-ons, they'll just show you on the map where to go to complete the objectives, and you don't really have to worry about this lore bullshit. Like, that's not the primary reason why I play an MMO. But with SWTOR, like, your fucking dialogue choices influence your good and evil points, and they can influence how much your companion likes you, which I think can impact, like, how good they are at protecting you. Like, I played a sorceress character, so I had the big, scary, like, white-skinned, red paint looking guy, and, I'm like, I rely on him to tank for me. So, I don't know. I should try, probably, to play SWTOR, because I would really like an MMO to play, and I also would like a game to play with my partner, because we have not been on the same page games-wise for quite a while, and I would like to get there. But he's not willing to play WoW at all, unless it goes free to play monthly, no subscription, which it fucking should. I've paid them hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Like, I've bought multiple expansions on more than one account and paid months of fucking subscription for, like, years. So, they should go free to play. If you want to have a fancy options for tiered paid content, then whatever. No one can stop you, but it's still fucking irritating. I'm so annoyed that I miss it so much. City of Heroes has fan-run servers up for free. I've never played City of Heroes before. Final Fantasy is like, you can pretty easily skip dialogue and stuff, but the writing is gorgeous. I just don't understand a lack of interest in story. Yeah, for me, I guess it's like, I guess it's fair to say that it's more of a dopamine factory. It's more of a just repeatedly hit the dopamine buttons. Because usually when I'm playing any game, I'm like watching something on my secondary monitor. Or like, so here's the thing. Here's actually the primary reason why I'm not invested in the story for an MMO. It's lore time. Are you ready for some lore, my horties? Ready for some Luxander lore? Don't ever call me that. I have been with my partner for about 13 years. Coming on 13 years later this year, right? When we first started dating, we were in a long-distance relationship for like less than a year for that first year, right? But we would play WoW together over Skype. So we had 2 monitors and we would play WoW on our primary monitor. And then, what about Zephander? And then have full screen cameras, webcam, Skype on the secondary monitor. So he taught me how to play WoW, and I'd never played an MMO before. And he was like, we're going, like, we are trying to level your tune so that you're high enough level so that we can play together, like, meaningfully. So, like, that's why I started on a druid, because he was like, you can just go bear mode and, like, stay alive, you know? And then later I ended up specializing into boomkin. Yeah, and then we moved in together and played together still for like 3 years, I think. And he had already played it for a year or 2 or more before I joined him in it. But yeah, it was really important to the beginning of our relationship, and that's part of why I miss it, I guess, because, like, you know, once you've been in a relationship for a long time, certain things can change about it, and you can get all, like, especially if you're having a rough time in your relationship, you can be like, oh, I really miss, like, when things felt easier. And I think that's part of what I like about, like, that's part of what I'm nostalgic for, is not just WoW, but all of the life circumstances around it, where I was, you know, younger, less jaded about a lot of things. It was less apparent to me at the time how difficult and complicated my life was going to end up being. What's the word? Hiraeth? Hiraeth is like nostalgia, but it's nostalgia for a home that you can't return to, like a place that only exists in the past. And that is something that really hits with WoW, because it changes. Like, I started playing during Wrath of the Lich King, and then in Cataclysm, like, they irrevocably changed things about the geography of the land, the typography of the land, when like when Cataclysm came out. Like, Kalimdor and Eastern Kingdoms changed drastically. So unless I go back now and play Classic, I can't return to Stranglethorn Vale. It doesn't exist anymore. There's North and South Stranglethorn Vale, but Stranglethorn Vale doesn't exist anymore. And the unfortunate thing, like the unfortunate lesson that transposes onto life, is that sometimes life happens and people change, and you cannot go back, you know? And that's just, like, one of the things you have to deal with in life. And sometimes you need to change. It's true. It's true. Some, like, you know, you need to change in order to keep the spice of life going, you know? And that, you know, it's totally fair that they change things in WoW, obviously. Like, the player base is continually growing and evolving. You know, you need to keep things fresh for them. And tell new stories and stuff. But that doesn't change the fact that, like, yeah, you can never return to this place that used to exist, you know? You cannot return to what it feels like to be in the first year of your relationship. 13 years later, you cannot recapture that magic, you know? You have to try to build the kind of relationship that can last without that, you know? Which is really hard to do. It's really hard to do. I played WoW before Wrath of the Lich King came out. I never played any of the expansions. So you played, you only played Classic? That's pretty impressive. Sometimes holding a relationship together prevents you from being able to grow as a person, and you can't ever recapture that joy of the first days together, but it's always really amazing when people find a way to keep going healthily. Oh yeah, no, you're good, Dizzy. I know you're not making a comment on my relationship. I'm not like public enough about what happens in my relationship for there to be any commentary you could possibly make, so don't worry. I'm always conscientious about that. Sorry, AJ Modal, which part gives it more value? I have ADD and forget things that I say. But yeah, sometimes sometimes trying to be the person who you were when our relationship started, I guess can, like, I mean, you can grow apart, and if you don't acknowledge that you're growing apart, then it can stymie you as an individual, you know? That's one of the things about being in a long-term relationship, is that you have to intentionally grow together. I think that's, like, a pitfall that a lot of people in long-term relationships fall into that can be, I mean, it's just a relationship-destroying thing. If, you know, if one person is working on growth and the other person isn't, or if both people are just, like, working on themselves and developing their own interests and gradually, like, don't know anything about each other's interests because they're so separate, and, like, the things that you have in common are only things that you did together years ago, like, a relationship just can't last. Like, what is there? Here's what my prerogative is on that. Like, what substantively, what is a relationship? Okay? A relationship is a relation between two people. It describes the interaction that you have, right? So it's an esoteric concept comprised of a series of actions and behaviors, right? So if you are supposedly in a relationship, but you're not engaged in any of the behaviors that are described as being relational behaviors, right? Then what relationship is there, you know? What is it made out of? What is it comprised of? Like, for me, with my memory issues and shit, like, I need active demonstrations that fit into the purview of relational behaviors in order to feel like the relationship is alive and ongoing. Otherwise, I just go back to feeling super lonely, you know? Like, otherwise I just go back to toxic self-sufficiency and working on myself by myself. Started thinking about my own past and similarities with feelings. I remember missing how things started out as a relationship fell apart, partly because my personal growth was incompatible with what they wanted. Yeah. Like, that can happen with trans people. It's not uncommon. Your personal growth is incompatible with what your partner wants. That it just can happen that way sometimes, you know, and nobody is, like, at fault in those situations. Yeah, AJ Modal, I get what you mean. Like, things being temporary can give the experiences you have with it more valuable. Yeah, definitely. relationships, and like the transient nature of these interactions and like games, obviously, that change over time, you know, really the value in anything is what we give it, and you know, scarcity technically increases the value of something. So, but it's just about how, like, you know, it's difficult to deal with after the fact when you're like, this thing that made me happy before is just gone forever. That made me really sad. That made me really sad to say. Yeah. Is a relationship just mutual growth and healing together? I've started to think of relationships as more of a creative dynamic process that people do together. Yeah, I think it's kind of like mutual growth and healing together is a pretty critical component, and like a creative dynamic process. Yeah, like I think it's important in a relationship to do new things together, to seek out experiences together, to share things with each other. Like, if you really love something, you know, some people are like, oh, I'm only going to share this with you. Like, I think this is funny, but I'm only going to share it with you if I think that it's to your sense of humor as well. That's not how I operate. There are some things where I'm like, oh, I do specifically think that you would like this, even if I don't like it. But more than that, I'm like, I loved this and I want to share that with you, you know? So that aspect of like being willing to share new things and being open to, even if you don't really reflexively care about whatever your partner is interested in, like still demonstrating an openness to seeing what it is that they love in that thing. Like, just a lot of you're approaching life with the buddy system. You know, if your buddy wants to go to the zoo, you hold your buddy's hand while you go to the zoo together, right? What was that? Discord. Oh yes, I need to get Discord stuff working. We will figure it out. I'm checking something real quick. Okay, good. Yes, Mersh, definitely. People just don't live and last very long when you think about it. You have to enjoy them all that you can while they're around. Yes. I know that you're dealing with that majorly firsthand right now, and you know, I've had to choose over the past year or so, like, how am I going to handle death when it comes into my life? Because fortunately, like, yeah, Jess, you'll have to do /IP ban instead of just /ban when moderation needs come up. It's a network-wide bug. TBF, I'm not sure I've had any interpersonal relationship long enough to experience such strong nostalgia. Yeah, and I mean, like, I guess it's the kind of perspective that you have when things started out very intensely good and then have at various times been intensely bad. It tinges the color of the memories a little bit. Death grief is really tough, but it has made me try to focus on relationships that are solid and loving and not take them for granted. Yeah. Death grief has also made me feel a little bit more of a pressing daily, not daily, but near more of a day-to-day thought of like, am I going to live this way every day until I die? Like, if I died soon, would I feel like I had wasted a bunch of my fucking time on a lot of stupid shit? Yes, I would. I would absolutely feel like I had spent a lot of my time dealing with stupid shit. Mainly the reason that I would be okay with dying right now is because I learned how to love myself and prioritize my needs. And so I guess, like, only as of the last like few weeks would I be willing to die happily when I'm like, oh, I've embraced that I don't think I can work wage job, you know? But yeah, you do think of those things of like, oh, my day-to-day life is just like my best friend is grieving her grandma right now, and I've been doing what I can to help offer a listening ear and advice for how to handle her feelings. Yeah, it's really tough. Me personally, as an atheist, like, for me, I really don't like when people try to minimize it, when people try to make it okay somehow. Like, oh, they're gonna go to heaven, or whatever. Like, the only it's okay now that I'll accept is, like, if they were in terrible agony for an extended period of time and now they're dead and released from that agony. That's the only kind of, like, oh, it's okay now that I'll accept. Otherwise, I'm very upset by them. Grief group therapy was really helpful. I'm certainly quite passionate about living now. So I certainly am making a lot of like health choices and stuff that I think will make me last a long time. I hope I last a long time. That would be good. Pogo. Do we have any ideas for what we should talk about the next time we stream? Either tomorrow or Friday. I think probably tomorrow. I don't want to roll the dice that Demon Mama will be back by Friday. She doesn't usually stream on a Thursday, so we might stream tomorrow and try to finish knocking out this goal. We're very close. But I think people are... I need to have something specific in the title, you know, about what we're going to be talking about. I have a friend who has severe chronic illness that leaves her in crippling pain, and she has explicitly stated she doesn't want a single person to say at least she's not suffering anymore when she dies. She does not want to die. She wants to not be in pain. That's totally super valid. We're calling about the extended warranty on your life, true? I don't know if anything ridiculous has happened that's within the purview, but it's Thursday now. Well, Mika, it's still Wednesday for me for about 5 more minutes. This is broadly the Wednesday evening stream. So, you know, less than 24 hours from now. I think people are definitely more keen to come in if it's not a vague titled stream. Although, you know, we I think peaked at like 27 or so tonight, which is not too bad. We got some donos coming in, which is always super appreciated. What's how many likes? 58 likes. I guess we had like 30 viewers at one point. So, I'm really... Oh, it's 7 in the morning. Ah, yes. Oh, yeah, well, yeah, earlier you said it was like 5 a.m. And I was like, yeah, well, yeah, that's what happens when you're in fucking Australia or whatever. Thank you, Blue Mustard. I put this makeup on to follow through on a stream goal where we made $200 in our stream earlier this week. It is pretty good considering Vash's charity stream. With the Ukraine conflict, it seems like Vash is streaming every single fucking day. So, like, there's a lot of people in Vash's chat who know who I am, but I'm not going to be able to tap into that market. I am not going to be able to tap into that. Oh, he hasn't streamed in a week? Okay. Maybe it just seemed for a minute like he was streaming every fucking day. Good stuff, Blue Spectra. Thanks for hanging out. I'm definitely going to be going to sleep here before too long because I'm pretty much maintaining my like 12 to 7:30 sleep schedule, basically. So that's part of why I want to start earlier on weeknights. I want to start a little bit earlier. I just have, it's tricky planning around dinner because I am really like on it with cooking dinner every night. So like tonight, I can, if I get stuff that's like, oh, I can just pop it in the fucking air fryer. So tonight the food that I was eating at the beginning of the stream just went into the air fryer, and I could have been streaming while it was cooking, but I didn't. Thank you. Yeah, this is the only kind of makeup that I do, is the garbage, trashy, smoky eye kind of eyeliner stuff. So pain is part of life, and I feel pain because I live. Yeah, my issue is, fibromyalgia is a central nervous system sensitivity, hyperactivity of the central nervous system. So things that are normally like maybe a little bit uncomfortable to someone else are like actively painful for me. And sometimes I just have to be like, well, I'm really grateful that I will get an early warning sign if something is wrong, Like, certain cancers, like most cancer is not painful, but maybe something would be painful to me that wouldn't be painful to someone else, and I will find out sooner and live, like being grateful to my body, even though it was doing stupid shit. Misdiagnosed with fibromyalgia until she finally found out it's Ehlers-Danlos. I wonder sometimes if I have Ehlers-Danlos, but the main reason why I don't think I have it is because my skin is not very stretchy. Like, I don't think I have very good skin elasticity, but I actually don't know if that's the case. Like, is this normal? Would a normal person be able to pull their skin that far? I don't know what the pinch test is supposed to do. I just have a lot of stretch marks, so I've always assumed that I had bad skin elasticity. I have hypermobility here a little bit. I don't have my Streamlabs up, so this one. But that's the only one, really. Other than that, I feel like, I am not very flexible. Like, I've never felt really flexible. Especially with, like, the folding myself in half one. Like, if I'm trying to touch my toes, like, I really apparently am, like, lacking in that regard. But I do wonder, like, fibromyalgia is just like BPD. It's a symptom cluster. So, technically, like, you can have fibromyalgia based on it being a symptom cluster, but, like, maybe some of the pain that you're experiencing is being caused by arthritis or something. Like, it doesn't rule out other conditions. It could be something autoimmune, like EDS. Is EDS autoimmune? I know there's like 13 subtypes of EDS. Yeah. Yeah, so that, there's so many different disorders that have the same symptom clusters as fibromyalgia. Vascular EDS, yeah, I know. Autoimmunity is a comorbidity. Okay. Because, like, I know that, as far as I can tell, I have symptom flares when I'm really stressed out. Like, if my partner and I have a really big fight, I will have a lot of, like, random sharp pains and increased, like, heart palpitations for the next day, So, my therapist, up until she quit her job, was really trying to push me to get health insurance because of the possibility that I could have something more serious than fibromyalgia. Not that fibro isn't serious, but that I could have something that was actively autoimmune or potentially degenerative, as opposed to, like, fibro, which is just like, oh, manage your symptoms, have fun for the rest of your life, Yeah, I know heart valve fuckery also shows up with EDS. Hey, Okay, no, Dizzy. No, it's not. Like, health insurance is a bad fucking idea. Health insurance is bad and stupid. And I'm probably never going to like, until and unless I'm pursuing bottom surgery, and even then I might not fucking bother, because here's the thing. Through the healthcare marketplace, you know, like my partner makes a decent amount of money. So here's the thing. I live in disclosure. I live in Kansas. And I don't think that I'm eligible for any state insurance. I might be able to get either SSDI or SSI. I might be able to get SSDI, maybe. But you're not, like, able to get it just because you're poor. Have I worked before? I have worked before. I have a terrible work history. I know, Alora. I know, like, this is... We've been talking about it in that Discord server. I probably could. But the thing is that, like, I don't know anything about it. Frankly, I don't know anything about it. And I don't want to submit myself to the state. And if SSDI is going to impede in any way on my ability to make as much money as I need through streaming, you know, like if they're going to cap my fucking property ownership, whatever, like, get a lawyer. It's my default response whenever I hear someone talking about getting disability. Yeah. But, like, so health insurance always, so the choice that I have had every time that I've looked at marketplace health insurance for the last several years is, do you want to be able to save up a little bit of money this year? Maybe you'll buy yourself something nice a couple times this year. Maybe you'll have enough money to deal with an emergency, like you need to replace several tires on your car. Or do you want to have health insurance, but be paycheck to paycheck still the entire fucking year, not being able to save up anything for expenses, and still have a $10,000 deductible? Health insurance is a scam. Like, my anger is at health insurance, to be clear. Not at Dizzy for bringing it up, but, like... And not only you having a deductible, a $10,000 deductible where you have to pay, you have to pay out of pocket for thousands of dollars of services before the insurance will even pay for anything, but then they're gonna fucking argue with you about whether you deserve coverage for the thing that your doctor prescribed, you know? Like, I will fly to Mexico to get health insurance. It's really stupid. Oh, sorry, yeah. If you get SSDI, you get Medicare automatically. Without health insurance, it costs over $10,000 for just an ambulance. Probably. I have no idea. Oh, you're fine, Alora. It's fine. You're not wrong, per se. I think part of me is probably, like, unnecessarily resistant also because I don't want to be like, yeah, I'm on disability, you know? Like, that's probably a component of it as well. Yeah, I don't want to be limited to $3,000 a month. Specifically to get work-based insurance, yeah. Like, most of the places that I've worked haven't offered health insurance. Or I haven't worked there long enough to get the health insurance or whatever. Like, I've worked at several, like, small companies. And if you have, like, fewer than 30 employees, you're not legally required to provide them with health insurance. And also, the health insurance companies absolutely fuck over small companies in terms of, like, how much they're going to charge you. And of course those charges end up passed on to the employee. So it's even worse in the marketplace, where, like I already said, the marketplace insurance, the decision is always between, like, do you want to pay $300 a month and not be able to get ahead at all this year? Or do you want to be able to, like, yeah, save up for when your cat has, like, a seizure and needs to go to the vet, you know? Yeah, disability rules are super fucked. They are wild barriers that I've been trying to avoid tangling it in myself at all. Yeah, U.S. healthcare system's terrible. If I ever get in an accident, I'm calling an Uber. Fuck that. True. Yeah. So I would like to start earlier in the afternoon tomorrow, I think. And maybe have I had like a loose idea of what we were going to do today. We covered Ash Hardell's whole video. So, I don't know. We'll try to come up with something for covering tomorrow evening. Yeah, because I want to start earlier. If I start, at like 5, then if I were to stop at 12, then that's like 7 hours to get that last $111 that we're trying to get. Keeping in mind that last $111 is going to get us to me tragically embarrassing myself by trying to play my guitar and sing at the same time. Maybe someday I'll be good at it. Hey, no worries, Captain Nog. It's gonna be alright. This is gonna keep happening, so you'll have opportunities. But we should establish a stream schedule as well. We're pulling things together little bit by bit. We're pulling things together. We're getting art commissioned. We get the website up. We've got some stream ideas happening. Let's fingers crossed that something dumb happens on Twitter that we can talk about between now and tomorrow, right? Be on the lookout. Be on the lookout for anything that... Oh, Mixed Dizzy, I don't know if you said earlier that you... I don't know if you said earlier whether you knew Aaron Ann Sweeney, but it's possible that he has talked about the specific intersection of EDS with testosterone. Let me check. I mean, the overlap between autism, transness, and EDS is a video that he's made. So that's just, I know Aaron Ann Sweeney has talked about having EDS and is trans, so maybe he's talked about potentially that specific intersection. I'm not sure. He definitely talks about, in his video about recovering from top surgery, he talks about his EDS, his undiagnosed at the time EDS, and how it impacted his recovery. Feel free to link your channel or that episode, Gayfesh. Yeah, do it. You didn't need my permission. You were already going to do it. I haven't caught up on these new Star Treks, which is the only reason why I haven't watched Gayfesh's new videos. Yeah. So, top surgery and EDS can be a rough combination. You just, I would say, really discuss with your surgeon, like, what is the maximum amount of breaks that you can take from the post-surgical binder, because that was the biggest problem for Aaron in his recovery, was that the surgical binder was forcing his bones out of place, you know? You can watch the Smashability tier list without seeing the new shows. You might just skip when it gets to series you haven't seen yet. Okay, I'll have to check that out. I might go ahead and do that, even though I haven't watched all of the series. Yikes. Yeah. I always have insanely painful periods, which is part of why I firmly believe that trans women have periods. Here's the thing. Obviously, trans women can't menstruate. Anybody who doesn't have a uterus can't menstruate. And some people who do have uteruses can't menstruate, right? A period is a symptom cluster that includes menses as one of its symptoms. So, you know, for me personally, the actual bleeding part is like the least bad part of all of the rest of it. So, yeah, Dizzy, I can't really tolerate, like, elastic around my chest. Like, I'm wearing a push-up right now, and I have to be... Well, Tabaxi, I guess that's my personal view. Like, most people use period and menses to mean the same thing. But, like, someone who was born with a uterus and has a hysterectomy, but still keeps their ovaries, will still have period symptoms on the same timeline that they did before, except for the menses. So a period, the way that I use the word, is a symptom cluster around a menstrual cycle. It's typically around a menstrual cycle, but like that's not necessary because you don't have to menstruate in order to have a hormonal cycle like this. Trans women experience, like, when you put estrogen in your body is programmed to be like, okay, so we're receiving estrogen, so sometimes we're going to create a little bit of extra progesterone because that's the correct thing to do, which is what the period is. And it can cause, like, muscular cramps. Like, the cramps that you experience on your period are smooth muscle fiber cramping, which can happen in your intestines and all kinds of other muscles in the area. So the cramping is not exclusive to the bleeding. I don't even think that the bleeding itself is painful. I don't think that you have nerves inside your uterus, that the uterus is actually experiencing bleeding pain. It's the muscular contractions. So people who say, like, oh, you know, even the pain is directly to do with the bleeding, like, I think you might be a fucking idiot. The pressure is evenly distributed with the binder. I think it can give those cramps even when you're not taking synthetic progesterone. Like, your body is capable of creating it if you haven't had your gametes, your gonads removed. I was literally chatting with a trans femme, like, last month about the kind of symptoms that happened related. Yeah, and how many trans women do you have to see posting, like, oh, I have been so depressed the last day or two and crying so easily. Why is it? Looks at calendar. Oh, how many times do you have to see a trans woman say that and have her notice these patterns before you just believe that these patterns can exist? And that if you were to study them, it would take an anecdotal experience and turn it into data. We just don't have interest scientifically as a society in doing that. The cramps always happen, like today, I've been, like, literally, like, blinding, screaming pain that I, of course, cannot scream through because I live in a place where there are other people, you know. But it's before the bleeding. The bleeding will be tomorrow. It might not even hurt tomorrow. It might hurt like a bitch tomorrow, but it might not even hurt tomorrow. It has to do with whether you have a primarily estrogenic like hormone system. If you have testosterone, people with testosterone like androgenic systems do have fluctuations, but they're more like throughout the day and can be related to exercise. So from what I understand, you might have like a peak like in the early afternoon, I think is what it is. And then it tapers off like toward the evening. But I haven't looked at that quite as much. We are the same meat stuff, variated by hormones. It's true. Hormones and metabolism are quite fascinating. It's true. Okay. I don't know what we're going to talk about tomorrow, but we're going to join up tomorrow. Morning with naturally high tea. I think that the morning just has to do with like, I don't know, it's like, I think maybe more of like a sensory sensitivity thing. I'm not entirely sure. But I guess it's like morning wood is a thing for people with penors, so maybe it could be a thing for other people here. Anyhoozle. Minnesota goodbye. Penor. Yes. I don't have any idea what we're talking about tomorrow. Maybe I'll have like the Discord just magically set up between now and tomorrow will be the night. Actually, you know what? I should do that. I should commit to getting the Discord like set up just enough that we can do a call-in stream tomorrow night. And have that be how we finish getting grocery money for me and Demon Mama for the week. So, because keeping in mind, that is what we're trying to do. I'm sure I will talk about words, Dizzy. I'm sure I will definitely talk about words. A call-in stream could be fun. Okay, when I get done here, I will go into the Discord and ping my moderators and tell them that I would like to get this at least somewhat set up. I could just give you all the link now and trust you to not do shenanigans, but yeah, I'm not, like, I have a couple people who have experience with it, just, you don't have to try to teach yourself a new thing, it's no big deal. 13th century hosen and brace. True. Okay. I appreciate you all for hanging out. Thank you to those of you who donated. Thank you to everybody who liked the stream while you were hanging out here. I appreciate you all being on the website chat. Thank you to all of you in the YouTube chat. If you want, set up your notifications so that you get notified when we start stream in the future. And feel free to make your little account over here on the website, luxander.net/live, where we hang out together during the streams. That's the chat that's on screen. So if you want to be on that chat, you have to join us. So hopefully tomorrow's stream will be a call-in stream, and we will try to play guitar and sing at the same time and see how badly that goes. So yes, once again, you're all wonderful, and I will be seeing you tomorrow. Oh, I have a kitty. Hold on. Come here. Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, come here. Come here. Oh, sitter. Oh, him's so sweet. Him big boy. Oh, he's such a big boy. So sweet. Oh. He is so chunky. Oh. He hates this. He's like, please stop. Okay. Okay. Good night.